Very depressing week. I'm sure you saw Hamas, the terrorist group that runs Gaza, broke into Israel, killed over 1,300 people, men, women, and children. And then the college kids in America went full Trump and said there's very fine people on both sides. Even Kanye said that is some anti-Semitic bullshit.
Yeah, we're starting off this video with a clip from Bill Maher about the horseshoe theory, so you know it's gonna be a good one. In mid-April 2024, a protest broke out at Columbia University led by students, alongside some professors, that expressed solidarity with Palestinians in the Gaza Strip in the face of the newest outbreak of overt violence by Israel towards Palestinians after the October 7, 2023 attack by Hamas. The students in the protest, which quickly spread to campuses throughout the United States and even into Canada, Australia, and France, aimed their demands at their universities, calling upon their administrators to disclose and divest the institution's investments in companies and organizations that profit from and are linked to Israel and its current war and occupation of Palestine that has stretched into its 8th month, at least at the time of this recording. These demands for divestment came as the ongoing violence has led to an increased awareness about the history of Israel, as well as the United States' current and historical involvement in supporting the country both in its war and generally as a state ally in the Middle East, a region that the United States has historically desired more significant influence within for the area's fossil fuel resources. The war has also brought greater attention to the plight of Palestinian people in the region, and especially within the densely populated Gaza Strip. Despite its 2005 withdrawal of forces from Gaza, Israel has retained control of the borders of the area, as well as its access to resources such as food, water, and electricity, in addition to humanitarian aid, leading many to call it charitably an open-air prison due to the harsh conditions within. This separation, as well as the separation of Palestinians in the West Bank, has also led to the description of Israel as an apartheid state. This description was most notably used by the South Africa government, itself a former apartheid state, to the top court of the United Nations, a claim that was supported by United Nations investigators, though denied by Israel and the United States. Even further, South Africa, along with many across the world, myself included for transparency, have accused Israel of genocide and breaking humanitarian laws as described by the Geneva Convention, with its current and historical violence against those in the Gaza Strip, which, as of this writing, has led to the UN reported deaths of over 34,000 Palestinians, 13,000 of those being children, 1,000 Israelis, 97 journalists, and over 224 humanitarian aid workers. This overt violence, as well as the invasion of Rafah and the withholding of humanitarian aid and resources from the Gaza Strip, has led many to describe this also as a collective punishment of Palestinians in Gaza, given the Israeli government under Netanyahu often fails to distinguish between Hamas and Palestinians generally, and indiscriminately targets civilians with military strikes, denies relief supplies, often fails to give proper warning to civilians in proper time, and cuts off resources such as electricity to the entirety of the Gaza Strip, all of which could be considered a war crime. Further, you can even see the Israeli defense minister stating that they were fighting, quote, human animals in extremely dehumanizing rhetoric. Currently, the International Court of Justice is investigating these claims of genocide with a ruling expected to take years, something that Palestinians in Gaza do not have. Further, the genocidal and collective punishment accusations are seemingly bolstered by continual news stories of humanitarian aid workers being killed, hostages held by Hamas being shot by Israeli forces while trying to escape, reports of hospitals being bombed, and even the discovery of a mass grave. All stories that Israel denies or asserts were targeted at Hamas. This violence is just the latest in a series of wars, violent revolts, and movements stretching back over a century with the growth of the modern Zionist movement, the mass immigration of Jewish people to Palestine, and the formation of Israel, which has all led to violence against and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in what many have described as a settler colonial project. Moving back to the United States, however, as the protests on campuses continue to spread and grow, and with, despite a few exceptions, most universities ignoring or downplaying the students' demands, the protests quickly became a flashpoint for the discourse in the United States surrounding Israel and Palestine in April. Many have hailed the mostly nonviolent protests as heroic and reflecting the lineage of numerous historic anti-war and social justice protests on college campuses throughout U.S. history. The protests have also called into sharp relief the growing anger and dissatisfaction at the Biden administration by many left-wing groups in the United States for its continual support of Israel's actions and lack of direct calls for a ceasefire. Despite students' often precise demands and nonviolence, mis- and disinformation has spread around the protests, such as claims that UCLA protesters were chanting, quote, "We want Jewish genocide," a claim shared by people including celebrities to thousands of followers, even though later reporting revealed that the video had incorrectly captioned the students saying, "We charge you with genocide." We charge you with genocide. Which was a common chant at this demonstration that was referring directly to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, not Jewish people generally. Numerous politicians, pundits, news organizations, writers, and even professors across the political spectrum have characterized the protests as both violent and, most consequently, anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism is a virus, and because the administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in, we're seeing it spread.
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America and the liberal college administrators and politicians who refuse to restore law and order and to protect other students. These little Gazas are disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate, full of pro-Hamas sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks.
These charges of anti-Semitism and violence are used to conflate criticism of Israel, its war, and Zionism of any form as inherently anti-Jewish and therefore unacceptable, and thereby divert attention away from Israel and, more specifically, the United States' complicity.
We're talking about Columbia University, which is in an area that is heavily Democratic, I should point out, an Ivy League institution where people are spending $90,000 to send their kids there or taking out loans to go there, and you have a fellow student who doesn't even feel safe.
I think Palestinians would be the first to relate to that pain and
Are you okay with everything he's gone through?
Absolutely not, and it's unacceptable to feel unsafe on campus, but it's important not to conflate the call for justice and peace with anti-Semitic actions or hate speech. In fact,
but it seems like the line's being blurred, Nadia. That's why I wanted to have you on the show, because it seems like the line's being blurred.
The line is being blurred, and there's unfortunately a misportrayal. One should not conflate the call for the respect of human rights and international law with hate speech.
Even further, these charges of anti-Semitism are used by establishment Democrats and liberals to characterize the protests and pro-Palestinian voices as far-left extremists who hate the United States and are no better than MAGA and Nazis, arguing that the criticism of Biden and his administration will help to usher in his challenger in the upcoming United States presidential election to the presidency, the fascist wannabe dictator for a day, Donald Trump. On top of this, right-wing figures have often used the charges of anti-Semitism against pro-Palestinian groups as a chance to vilify other minority groups, such as trans people or black people.
The point is that they see a bunch of anti-American, anti-white, leftist weirdos freaking out, and they instinctively want to antagonize them and take the opposite position from them. And that's a very good instinct.
At the same time, many Democrats, like Biden, have remained steadfastly unclear and unspecific in their characterizing of the protests, making nebulous statements that can be taken in any direction while giving credence to the idea that there are anti-Semitic or violent protests happening somewhere, potentially with these student protests.
I condemn the anti-Semitic protests. That's why I've set up a program to deal with that.
Further, the United States Congress held investigations into anti-Semitism, both real and hypothetical, on college campuses in December 2023. Investigations which in part sparked Columbia's current protest after Columbia President Nemat Shafik felt more focused on supposed anti-Semitism than students' ability for free speech, seemingly ignoring the clear anti-Israeli government and not anti-Semitic sentiments of the students, as well as ignoring the existence of Jewish voices within the student body criticizing Israel. Indeed, when not wholly erased, these Jewish students who have joined the protesters have even been categorized as not real Jews, itself echoing anti-Semitism directed at the pro-Palestinian movements rather than the reverse that many United States politicians like to claim. Indeed, the conflation of Israel with Judaism itself, which serves to protect the Netanyahu government from criticism, is itself characterized as anti-Semitic, given that it can lead to the collective blaming of all Jews for Israel's actions. Further, we have even seen anti-Semitic, often right-wing-led conspiracy theories targeted at the protesters and other pro-Palestinian organizations, such as the conspiracy that George Soros-funded institutions are secretly backing the protesters.
You see that going on at the same time all over the country. They all have the same tents, the same placards.
Yeah.
Obviously, it is coordination. Somebody's pulling the strings.
Unbelievable.
Basically, long and short, accusations of anti-Semitism are coming from all sides and all angles, and it can be difficult to understand and untangle this complicated web, especially when anti-Semitism is conflated with Israel and Zionism and Jewish people generally all the time. Anti-Semitism is often very easy to spot in its more overt, often fascistic forms, with depictions of Jews being a fox-white race attempting to taint America, or if you go a little bit deeper, the real Aryan race. The concept of conspiracies of Jew-led media organizations or George Soros or Rothschild-funded organizations have become less dog whistles and more an overt yell in mainstream understanding of how anti-Semitism works and appears.
Where he was explaining to me what George Soros does, and it's terrifying, that he donates money to a very progressive, very leftist, whether it's a DA or whatever politician, and then funds someone who's even further left than them to go against them. It seems like he funds corrosion. It's like he wants these cities to fall apart. He wants crime to flourish.
Yet, when we discuss anti-Semitism beyond those more overt forms, it becomes more confusing for many people to understand. And that lack of understanding of how anti-Semitism works often makes it difficult to understand when actual anti-Semitism is happening. This lack of clarity in the face of escalating hyperbolic characterizations of the protests as well as other pro-Palestinian movements led the protests to become the target of pro-Israel groups, such as the UCLA protest on May 1st, 2024, when masked counter-protesters attacked pro-Palestinian protesters with metal pipes, mace, and at least one firework. Despite police being slow to intervene in those instances of explicit violence, many campuses themselves have used police to crack down on the pro-Palestinian protesters, such as Columbia University calling in the cops in riot gear after Columbia students occupied a building, with over 2,000 pro-Palestinian protesters having been arrested in the United States overall as of this filming. Yet, for context, the occupied building, Hamilton Hall on Columbia University, has a history of being occupied by students protesting all the way back to 1968, something that Columbia typically likes to highlight as a part of their history while simultaneously cracking down on contemporary protests.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues.
Extraordinary scenes at Columbia University as hundreds of police clear protesters from the campus.
Shortly after the use of state violence enacted by the police at Columbia, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, a bill that goes further than a 2019 executive order by former President Donald Trump that would define anti-Semitism in a way that many would consider conflating Israel and Judaism, leading to the potential legal ability for the limiting of outcry against Israel, as the bill would consider
targeting the state of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity,
as anti-Semitism. All these actions are ostensibly done in the name of fighting anti-Semitism, but instead serve to reinforce the system of institutional power built on white supremacy within the United States, and the colonial exploitation seen in both the United States and Israel. Systems that value their comfort and propagandize the need for stability and civility, even as they contribute to oppression within their borders and around the world.
We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education.
3 congressional aides say the Biden administration notified lawmakers that it is sending more than $1 billion in tank ammunition, tactical vehicles, and mortar rounds to Israel.
We are a civil society, and order must prevail.
The student protests are just a reflection, a microcosm of how much of the discourse surrounding Israel in the United States has gone since the events of October 7th, 2023. How those voicing solidarity with and fighting for Palestinians in the face of US complicity have been faced with smears and characterizations of anti-Semitism, bigotry, and violence in order to deny any change to the decades-old status quo when it comes to the United States' Israeli policy. It's not helped by the fact that much mis- and disinformation propaganda has continued to swirl around the conflict itself, often itself pushed by Israel, leading to endless accusations. Despite many understanding some of the hydra heads that form from anti-Semitism, the apparatus, functions, and nature of anti-Semitism are often less understood on a deeper level because, despite its long history and that it frequently intersects with other bigotries, it is not directly based on class, skin color, or colonized status. at least not directly. Anti-Semitism is also historically quite flexible, constantly evolving to fit the numerous contexts that it crops up within. And as a result, many people, including leftist groups, can often miss it when it appears. Indeed, when we talk about anti-Semitism, there's often a question that goes directly unaddressed when we consider the binary framework of a propagandizing neo-colonial power that works to perpetuate its power versus those who fight against it endlessly in leftist movements. And that question is, can anti-Semitism exist within leftist movements fighting for pro-Palestinian autonomy and self-determination, as well as leftism generally? Given that left-wing ideology often centers egalitarianism, many considered anti-Semitism to be directly at odds with leftist groups, but it might not be so clear-cut. For example, a few weeks ago, at least as of this recording, I released a video about Israel and Palestine that was centered on Star Trek Deep Space Nine showrunner Ira Steven Behr and his signing of a letter condemning a pro-Palestinian speech by Oscar winner Jonathan Glazer.
Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people.
In that video, I discussed my personal view that Israel is committing genocide and is a settler colonialist project. And within that statement, I made expressly clear my separation of Israel from Judaism generally and Jewish people specifically, and even say, and I wish to say this up front, if anyone is watching this, that is conflating Israel with Jewish people to attack Jewish people themselves, you can go straight up yourself. Despite that, within the first 30 minutes of that video going up, I immediately lost over 100 subscribers, the biggest loss on any video I've ever had. Additionally, after a few more hours, I lost several long-time, and some of them years-long, patrons on my Patreon page, with them citing anti-Semitism as the reason that they stopped supporting me. I had long-time subscribers of my channel leaving long diatribes in my comments accusing me of being anti-Semitic, and I had Twitter and Tumblr posts arguing the same, and even an entire Reddit thread on the r/Jewish subreddit discussing me as being anti-Semitic, and even more split sentiments within Star Trek subreddits. To get more granular, despite me never even stating support for Hamas in the video, I was accused of supporting Hamas's ideology of, quote, genociding all the Jews. And while all of this was difficult and, frankly, kind of saddening, it wasn't unexpected, as this reaction is extremely common when people discuss the settler colonial project and violence of Israel. And despite knowing that this was going to be the outcome, I wanted to use my platform to speak up in the face of the urgent plight of the Palestinian people today. Also, I should say, we raised $5,000 for Palestinians from that video directly, so thank you to everyone who contributed to that. And for me, as someone who does consider myself left-wing, all of this targeting of me specifically as anti-Semitic or supporting Hamas and genocidal rhetoric is what I expected to get flung at me when I made that video. What did surprise me, however, was how many Jewish friends and community members on this channel whom I trust, respect, and appreciate, and who I know are pro-Palestinian, reached out after that video was released to say that they felt that it made them feel unsafe in a space, my channel, that they had so long felt comfortable in due to years of me trying to build an inclusive yet staunchly safe space that speaks out against all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism. And my friends cited numerous reasons why they felt that way, such as my use of the term Zionism rather than pro-Israel, a term that studies find 90% of Jewish people worldwide strongly identify with, even if they express anti-Israeli governmental views, as well as my lack of specifically mentioning the victims of October 7th, 2023, despite me calling out the spread of mis and disinformation used to vilify Hamas and Palestinian people from that event. They also cited the fact that I hadn't discussed the history leading into the formation of Israel and Zionism, and much more. And when I heard all of these criticisms, my first instinct was to ask, did I need to do all of those things? Should I have to every single time that I want to speak up against the violence being targeted against the Palestinian people right now? Do I need to give a history lesson on Israel every single time I make a video in the face of an ongoing genocide? On top of that, as my frustration rose, I thought, well, I could quickly point to the fact that I have mentioned Jewish victims of October 7th elsewhere before this video, or the fact that within the video I only discussed a form of Zionism. And so seeing all these criticisms from people that I trust coming in, I just continued to grow more and more frustrated. Like people weren't hearing what I had actually said or putting their own context or assumptions into my video, which to be fair is something that I'm used to getting, but not very often from people that I trust to come to me with criticisms or to be open with me about issues that they may have for my work. Indeed, I have tried to work very, very hard to build a network of people that if I do screw up or mess up, will come to me and be open with me about what they feel is the problem. And so why, when those people were reaching out to me about this video, was I atypically getting frustrated? Was I just callously dismissing their feelings about the video as simply relegated to succumbing to propaganda surrounding Israel? Was my frustration unwarranted? Why would they be feeling this way? Why would folks who I care about feel this way about something that I tried to make with explicit intent not to make them feel hurt or pushed out? What had I failed to do or understand, or what was I missing in understanding their feelings? Even further, I found when I talked to other people who have spoken out against Israel's violence against Palestine that they had much the same experience. And as I looked into this dynamic, I found that many progressive identifying Jewish people, even anti-Zionist and anti-Israel Jewish people, have felt ostracized from leftist movements, and not just since October 7th, 2023. It's actually been a long history of this happening. And this delusionment can come from many passive reasons, such as how even despite the overt anti-Semitism at the 2017 Charlottesville rally and the way Donald Trump recognized the neo-Nazi groups at the rally as his supporters and refused to condemn them, as well as the anti-Semitism that Trump has continued to perpetuate since, Jewish people are still rarely given direct attention as being under threat from Donald Trump and his followers as compared to other marginalized groups. However, Jewish disillusionment with leftist organizing can come from much more direct ostracization. For example, while 99.9% of the comments in my video were concise in their support of my pro-Palestinian stance, I also began to see comments, which I quickly blocked, that stated things like, "What do you expect? Jews control the US government," which felt like a transparent allusion to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that over-extrapolate and mystify the power of Jewish people. I also saw comments ignoring America's complicity altogether and citing Israel as the core root of the entire colonial system in the modern era. Even moving beyond my video, while the overall student protests were not anti-Semitic, there was anti-Semitism that appeared within them.
Though not a prevalent catchphrase in the student demonstration, the slogan, Jews/Israelis go back to Europe, has garnered national and even international attention. The Go Back to Europe chant also ignores the fact that the majority of Israelis today don't come from European backgrounds.
Student protesters telling Israeli students Israelis go back to Europe are racist, given that many Jewish students are American, number one, as well as the fact that many Israeli Jews are Mitzra and Sephardic and not from Europe. Additionally, Israeli civilians are not the actions of their government.
This individual and protester out in front of the gate used an anti-Semitic slur, the K slur, and told me, "UK, keep on walking, it's time for you to leave." And so they've told me these things, and I don't feel safe or welcome on campus because the only identifier that I am Jewish is my yarmulke and my Star of David necklace. And that's the only thing which would associate me with any of these causes. I'm not walking around with an Israeli flag or anything else, taking a political stance in these protests. It's simply a symbol of my Judaism. That seems to be the issue.
While anti-Semitic moments like this were quickly condemned within leftist spaces, they were also often quickly dismissed within mainstream discussions by leftist activists, mainly due to the fact that these actual anti-Semitic remarks were not characteristic of the entire movement, but were being hyper-focused on to smear the entirety of pro-Palestinian protest and sentiment, proving how false allegations of anti-Semitism make it challenging to deal with actually anti-Semitism beyond simple misidentification. Many leftists feel it is easier to just dismiss one-off incidents of anti-Semitism rather than discuss them, because to discuss them would seemingly give credence to right-wing groups that wish to smear leftist organizing. Yet to dismiss these moments of anti-Semitism denies any ability for us to analyze why they occurred in the first place. It also dismisses the experience of Jewish students or people who generally do not feel safe on their campuses post-October 7th. Are we to just dismiss these feelings of vulnerability as simply the result of mainstream propaganda? Are we to simply relegate the idea that some Jewish people might be disillusioned with left-wing movements to the fact that left-wing movements have typically been smeared as anti-Semitic? Or might it be worthwhile to drill deeper about how anti-Semitism might not be so directly antithetical to the left wing and its more egalitarian rhetoric as one would think? Indeed, the power of anti-Semitism is that it can often come in between ideological barriers, given its historic cutting across more overt class and racial lines. So upon learning all of this, I do what I always do in the face of something. I research, and research, and research. And let me tell you, it's certainly great for your mental health when your autistic brain decides to hyperfixate on topics of genocide. But what I found is that my story, and stories similar to mine, are not only a microcosm of the discourse surrounding Israel since October 7th, 2023, but a reflection of the discussion of Israel in the decades since the United States entangled itself with Israeli politics since the Cold War, and even arguably all the way back to the start of the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century. It's a discourse around which the concepts of anti-Semitism, Israel, Judaism, and Zionism have continually intermingled and often intentionally overlapped in a way that works to raise anti-Semitism, erode solidarity with Jewish people from within leftist movements, and uphold systems of colonial power. It's a discussion that requires a nuanced look at the history of Israel, Zionism, Judaism, the Jewish people, Palestine, and Palestinians, while also holding an understanding of not only the factual but emotional truths at the center of how all of these histories, systems, and peoples have intersected. In truth, the number of leftists and left-leaning movements and organizations who hold overt anti-Jewish beliefs is small. The real issue is that leftist movements, despite their anti-racist and egalitarian goals, often avoid discussing or even deny the presence of anti-Semitism within their ranks or its ability to appear within our populist rhetoric. This neglect often allows anti-Semitism to thrive, undermining the fight against exploitation as it infiltrates anti-colonial movements aimed at creating a better world for us all. This video is not meant to vilify or characterize broader left-wing politics, which itself is a broader coalition of many different ideologies and movements, especially given the fact that I believe in and fight for many of them. It is more important to me to focus on failures within left-leaning movements to help strengthen our solidarity amongst marginalized people who act as allies and improve our ability to make effective change. So, the goal of this video is to examine how anti-Semitism works and appears within left-wing spaces, as well as discuss how to push back against it, while also at the same time examine how claims of leftist anti-Semitism, both real and imagined, are exaggerated and manipulated by imperialist countries like the United States to justify continued oppression, exploitation, and neo-colonial pursuits both within and outside their borders. Before we start this video, it is worth mentioning that I'm going to, as I always do, cite many other videos, books, and articles throughout this video, and I highly encourage you to check them all out. There's going to be a list of citations in a document below. Second, while this video is the culmination of my research and is my own words that I take full ownership of, this script itself is based on listening to and reading the words of numerous Jewish and Palestinian voices, and made alongside the help of numerous script readers who are both Jewish, Palestinian, and historians as well. This is not to dilute my responsibility for this video, but to say that I have tried to listen to and analyze, from my perspective, those most affected by this discussion in hopes of sharing what I have learned with people who also wish to learn themselves. This video is also made with the recognition that these two oppressions, the oppression of the Jewish people and Palestinian people, can happen simultaneously, and that fighting them is not a zero-sum game, despite how they have been made often to seem that way. So I think the best place for us to start in this whole discussion is to really start with an understanding of how anti-Semitism functions and what its purpose is, because it does serve a purpose. And to understand that, we need to look back at history to see how anti-Semitism has cut across more clearly delineated class lines as well as other forms of bigotry within different contexts and systems of power. That said, we would be here for an additional 2 hours of this already extremely long video if I went through every single element of anti-Semitic history. But thankfully, the wonderful Dead Domain, who was also a script reader for this video, already did a phenomenal video on this exact topic that I highly recommend if you want a deeper dive than what is going to be a more generalized overview in this video. But to understand anti-Semitism's modern incarnations, we need to start all the way back with the Roman Empire. Ah, gotta love those good old Romans. When they weren't having sex with each other, they were oppressing other people. Most Jews had lived in what is today Israel and Palestine since around 15,000 BCE. The Jewish diaspora began after the Romans took over Jerusalem, leading to what is sometimes called the First Jewish-Roman War, which centered on a Jewish revolt against the Romans' oppressive imperialist regime, eventually leading to the Siege of Jerusalem. After starving the city for nearly 2 years, the Romans invaded Jerusalem and destroyed the Jewish temple, though leaving intact the Western Wall, which is today known as the prayer site, the Kotel, or what is colloquially called the Wailing Wall by Jewish people. While a minority of Jewish people remained after this, most Jews were dispersed and settled in what is now Europe, Russia, and parts of the Arab world. This diaspora led to the formation of numerous diverse ethnic cultures and religious sects of Judaism over the centuries, such as the Mizrahiim Jews who never left the Middle East, the Ashkenazi Jews who settled in Europe, Sephardic Jews in Spain and Portugal, the Cochin Jews of India, among many others. And by the way, I did look up how to pronounce these words, but I'm also notorious for not being able to pronounce things with my mouth correctly, so apologies if I screw up pronunciations throughout this video. I am a silly trans woman Gentile trying to do her best. Please feel free to make fun of any of my pronunciations because heaven knows I deserve it. And heaven knows this video needs at least some level of humor. And do know that I at least am trying to be respectful as best I can. I'm just bad at saying words with my mouth whole. Anyways, on to less fun stuff. The diaspora of Jewish people faced oppression everywhere, though not all in the same way. While Jewish people did become second-class citizens as non-Muslims within Muslim countries, it is within what is now Russia and Europe that what we consider to be modern-day anti-Semitism traces its roots. As Europe saw the rise of Catholicism during the Middle Ages after the fall of the Roman Empire, Catholic leaders across numerous different groups began to scrutinize the Jewish people. As pointed out by Dead Domain, some areas, like Spain, cast Jews as subhuman and didn't give them many rights, while many other places allowed Jewish people to own property and have some greater level of rights. Jewish oppression was not ubiquitous or uniform. As Christianity spread, though, Jews were often restricted from owning land, and Christians themselves viewed usury as a sin, preventing Christians themselves from becoming financiers. As a result, Jewish people began to dominate that field, given that there was little else for them to find a place within. Additionally, some Jewish scholars have argued that Jewish people were also highly educated at this time, as maintaining the Jewish religion in exile required a dependence on literacy to read and understand the Torah, creating a better understanding of economics as a result. But as Jews ended up controlling the ebb and flow of money within many societies, this began to lead to the development of the stereotype of the greedy, unethical Jew. This stereotype would evolve and permeate much of European views on Jewish people, as more and more Jewish people became associated with an upper-class elite who exploited the poor for their own gain, despite the fact that it was the Catholics' own viewing of moneylending as a moral deficiency that led to Jewish people gaining that position in the first place. This stereotypical image of Jewish people is perhaps best captured in Shakespeare's 16th century play The Merchant of Venice, with the character of Shylock, a Jewish moneylender who insists on a pound of flesh in repayment for an unpaid loan. While Shakespeare may have intended to parody the trope within the play, the naturalization and influence of Shylock and the miserly Jew as a fictional trope disseminated by the widespread impact of Shakespeare's work, and it can be seen in modern Western fiction to this day. I'd highly recommend my friend Lady Knight the Brave's excellent video for more about that. As European states and societies grew and solidified, Jews found themselves at the center of numerous different persecutions. During the Crusades, as crusaders attempted to unleash a Christian empire upon the world, armed peasants killed thousands of Jews in present-day France and Germany. The Spanish Inquisition of the 1400s also targeted Jews. The bubonic plague, which swept Europe in the early 1300s, was also blamed upon the Jews, as washing hands was part of their religious obligations, leading to them to be less impacted by the sickness. As a result of all of this ostracization, Jews were often separated from the rest of the populace and targeted with hate, and superstitions began to build around them. As a result, Jews were often portrayed as supernatural and demonic, with the most notable occurrence of this being when the 12-year-old son of William of Norwich was found murdered in the year 1144 with strange markings on his body, which led his uncle to accuse Jewish people of sacrificing Christian children for blood rituals, a stereotype that led to the development of blood libel accusations that would be used to stir up violence towards Jews. Accusations of blood libel occurred in places like Italy, where Jews were burned at the stake after Jews were accused of killing a 2-year-old boy to make matzah. All of this also tied into other false beliefs around Jewish people, like the idea that Jewish people killed Christ, as matzah had resemblance to communion wafers. Blood libel, the accusation of Jewish people using the blood of Christian children in religious rituals, is a direct precursor to many modern-day conspiracy theories like QAnon, which itself talks about a cabal of rich upper-class elites stealing children. Quite often, if you dig deep enough into any conspiracy theory, you will generally find some form of anti-Semitism at its root. Around this time in Europe, we can also see the development of the concept of Jews having an enormous, perhaps mystical influence on the upper class. As Jewish people held prominent financial roles, they were also the lead financiers of the aristocracy. Prominent Jewish financier Mayer Amschel Rothschild eventually established a bank in the 1760s, causing his family to grow one of the world's most enormous fortunes, leading to the Rothschilds' name being synonymous with a generalized Jewish influence in the upper class to this day. The practice of associating specific Jewish million and billionaires with institutional and societal influences of the Jews continues, with Goldman Sachs, the Rothschilds, George Soros, and others often being used to dog-whistle anti-Semitic narratives, such as those that I spoke about in my video on anti-transgender conspiracy theories put out by right-wing organizations like the Epoch Times or anti-trans advocates like Julie Bindel.
So I started to look at why was this added to the LGBT, the T. Where did it come from? And if you're going to look for anything in this country, you're going to follow the money because it will always tell you the truth. Who's funding these LGBT organizations? And so what I found was a whole lot of very, very powerful moneyed people in the highest echelons of finance, pharma, and technology. One of the first people I found was Jennifer Pritzker, part of the wealthiest families in America, the Pritzker family, who were massively invested in the techno-medical complex. They were driving this gender identity ideology through all of our institutions with their money. And they created this whole political apparatus through these organizations by selling people basically on this being a human right as part of the LGB.
As a result of their constant persecution and also exile from many European societies, many Jews fled to Europe and were forced to live in what would be known as the Pale of Settlement in an area between Russia, Prussia, and Austria-Hungary, in what would later become Germany. Again, we see Jewish people being separated from society and forced to live under severe restrictions. In late 1881, Jews were blamed for the assassination of Russian Tsar Alexander II, leading to a campaign of persecution towards the Jews by the Russian government, resulting in a series of pogroms, organized and incited riots of civilians against Jewish people. After this, many Jewish people fled to the United States as well as Eastern Europe, where they again still faced racialization and discrimination that would build upon the anti-Semitism that we've already discussed, and evolving eventually into what we see today in the United States and Europe. However, during this time, some 55,000 Jews made their way to Palestine, building off the Jewish dream of returning to Eretz Israel, filling the hundreds of years old prayer for next year in Jerusalem. And it is in this held dream that the concept of Zionism would begin to form, something that we'll talk about more in the next section. But before we get to that, to focus in on the brief history of anti-Semitism that we've discussed, it illuminates certain things about how anti-Semitism functions, even within more modern context. The first that we see is that anti-Semitism is not always consistent, direct, or even always overtly brutal. While it certainly can be all of those things, as exemplified by the Jewish pogroms in Russia, even the instigations for this brutality or overt bigotry are not consistent in where they come from, as they are sometimes instigated by the ruling class and at other times build off of already ingrained biases within the populace. What is consistent across the history of anti-Semitism is how Jewish people are often isolated from other oppressed groups within each society and culture, and then used as scapegoats to obfuscate the actual sources of oppression. As writer April Rosenblum points out, this allows for the cyclicality of anti-Semitism. As a cycle of anti-Semitic hate calms down, Jewish people are allowed to integrate into society and find some level of success. Thus, they are slowly pushed to the front so that Jewish people, not the ruling class, are seen as the one in charge by other oppressed groups, thus over time eroding solidarity and potentially even inflaming anger at a sense of betrayal. Many will even claim that Jewish people face no oppression due to their proximity to the ruling class, obscuring the existence of the systemic anti-Semitism that we've been discussing. Anti-Semites will constantly use broad populist rhetoric and will only continually point to Jewish billionaires and powerful men while ignoring that most Jewish people don't have that level of power or money. Claims of they only happen to be Jewish ring in one's ear, despite the fact that Jewish people are the constant targets of ire and specific focus. This video, by the way, by Some More News, explores the numerous conspiracy theories centered around billionaire George Soros, for example, as a way to dog whistle anti-Semitism. Moving on, though, all of this points to the fluid racialization of the Jewish people. Over the centuries, as colonialism from European powers consolidated, coalesced around the racial hierarchy of white supremacy. That those of the white race, those deemed European, were inherently naturally superior. However, those considered to be white has typically been malleable, with some groups being allowed access to being considered white to erode solidarity between oppressed classes, typically to the detriment of African or Black folks who were subjected to the most brutal forms of slavery and dehumanizing racialization by European powers. For example, early revolts in the British colonies that would eventually become America, such as Bacon's Rebellion, featured coalitions of enslaved Black people and poor white laborers fighting against wealthy white inner circles. The wealthy elites soon learned that one way to break up these coalitions was to lure away the non-Black laborers with promises of privileges and pardons and being considered white, distinguishing them above their Black compatriots. A similar dynamic occurred in the 1800s in the United States, as racialized poor Irish Americans lived side by side with Black Americans and faced many of the same oppressions, though certainly Irish people did not face as much overt racism as targeted at Black Americans at the time. However, Irish people by the later 1800s were integrated into whiteness to avoid growing solidarity with Black Americans, with Irish people incentivized to deny Black people jobs in favor of benefiting other Irish folks. However, in contrasting to this, anti-Semitism remains much more fluid, allowing Jews nominal white privilege at certain times, which is then revoked when convenient. What anti-Semitism does is give clear antagonists in place of the seemingly unbeatable anxiety-inducing hydra that is the larger systemic apparatus of power within different countries and colonial states. Anti-Semitism makes solving oppression seem easily attainable by targeting specific Jewish institutions and individuals rather than killing the true monster, the system of power itself. Thus, many oppressed people can often be sidelined into targeting and focusing on Jewish people rather than the actual system of power that is oppressing all of them. Even further, as Jewish people are continually isolated from both the oppressor and oppressed classes, and thus move between and often outside these boundaries of racialization and class distinction, it can lead to conflicts within the Jewish diaspora and communities of assimilation versus solidarity. Many Jewish people throughout history have identified with oppressed groups and sought solidarity with them, but also found that that solidarity was not always quickly reciprocated given the cyclical nature of anti-Semitism, leading to fractures and tension within those groups and movements. For example, American Jews and African Americans found strong common identification through parallel histories of slavery and minority status that culminated in a strong alliance in the civil rights movements of the 1950s and 60s. This solidarity succeeded in the Civil Rights and Voting Acts. However, by the mid-1960s, as many Jews in a post-World War II world began transitioning to a middle class, it created a gap in class consciousness between Jewish people and Black folks.
As Jewish identity shifted from perceived racial minority to American white ethnicity, the Black Jewish racial fault line shook along the fronts of Black nationalism and neoconservatism. These racial cleavages, spurred by the fluidity of Jewish ethnic identity, highlighted divergent Black and Jewish conceptions of the meaning and purpose of civil rights. While Jewish actors in this misunderstood narrative do not reflect the views of all Jews, they are representative of the views of the dominant players in the Jewish intellectual movement who contributed to the American civil rights movement. Within this small but influential group of Jews, tensions welled up in response to competing interests: civil rights and economic well-being of African Americans, and economic and educational equal opportunity for all, both of which Jewish intellectuals valued on a principle. Although the competing interests divided the Jewish community for a time, Jewish representatives in civil rights, law, and education appeared to coalesce around the principles of equal opportunity rather than what some Jewish thinkers viewed as equality of outcome for African Americans.
Thus, we can see that the fluid racialization of Jewish people as white can lead to division within movements that fight back against colonial and imperialist powers. This fluid racialization leads some Jewish people to believe that no one will understand their oppression and show them long-lasting solidarity, thus incentivizing some Jewish people to align with the systems of power in order to seek protection, oft leading to some, typically upper-class Jewish people, to contribute to the oppression of others, exacerbating the very issues that we've been discussing. According to Jewish writer April Rosenblum,
after centuries of experiencing other people not coming to our defense when we were targeted by violence and persecution, Jews have internalized the idea that there's no hope of getting other people to stand with us. For Jews who struggle for social justice, that means we often stay quiet about anti-Jewish oppression. We learn to fight in support of other groups without requesting the solidarity we ourselves need. For Jewish communities, it means we lose sight of building a strategy for our liberation by finding allies in other grassroots communities. Instead, we depend on those in power, hoping that if we are useful to them, they will protect us. At times, that leads us to cooperate in the oppression of others.
On top of all of this, due to its long history, anti-Semitism has woven itself into coding and dog whistles that don't make themselves so overt and upfront. The ascribing of an inherent greediness within Jewish people that leads to them having mysterious disproportionate power, often even credited to evil supernatural abilities, leads one to believe that Jewish people are the real brains behind oppression, despite them being usually the victims of it. Mentions of specific Jews such as George Soros become in and of themselves signals to a larger implication of Jewish-led conspiracies, spearheading Jewish hate while refusing to remain overtly about Jewish people in general. The important thing to understand then is that anti-Semitism intentionally serves a purpose for systems of power because it blurs the lines of power to ultimately uphold it. Yet, this constant oppression throughout centuries and segregation from other groups has led Jewish people across the world to build an intense identity on perseverance, self-reliance, and determination. Thus, when an Enlightenment-era philosophy that promised national self-determination in the form of statehood, as well as the constant desire for European elites to remove Jewish people from the society that has always existed, some Jewish people saw it as their chance to create a new way of thinking about Jewish identity and community that would ultimately escape the cyclical oppression that Jewish people had endured for centuries. And even further, perhaps allow them to return to a homeland that they had been forced from and had found the strength to survive through their dreaming of it for centuries. Okay, so now that we have kind of a broad understanding of what anti-Semitism is, how it functions, and what its purpose is for those who wield it in a larger systemic sense, now I think we need to talk about Zionism, which I am sure is not going to be a contentious topic at all. But the reason that I want to talk about Zionism within this larger video around anti-Semitism is because, as I've discussed, Zionism and anti-Semitism are often conflated with each other and interlinked. And I think we need to go over the history of Zionism as well as what Zionism means today, because it means many different things to many different people today, in order to discuss how it is often conflated with anti-Semitism and how they are related in some ways when we discuss pushes against Zionism, and how ultimately this conflation is used to propagate more anti-Semitism. And just to be honest with you, this discussion of Zionism is going to take up the bulk of this video before we even get to how anti-Semitism appears in leftist movements. And I know that's going to seem a little bit counterintuitive given the topic of this video, but I think it's absolutely necessary to parse apart all of these different distinctions and definitions and histories to actually be able to talk functionally about how anti-Semitism appears in leftist movements. Because one, I think very few people are talking about this history within this context, as well as two, I think it's somewhat necessary to create this basis of understanding for us to be able to talk about anti-Semitism on the left in more concrete terms, because otherwise many people will bring in their own assumptions and opinions and context to that discussion when I talk about it. So I hope that this is an educational history for many people who don't know much about Zionism. I certainly learned a lot while researching this video, as well as allow us to have a more meaningful discussion rather than a vitriolic one, though I know it's certainly going to get that way for very obvious and understandable reasons later on when we talk about anti-Semitism in leftist movements. So let us begin with the actual history of the foundational ideology of Zionism. Zionism is a nationalist movement that began in Central Europe in the late 19th century. And to understand Zionism, we also need to understand the nationalist movement that dominated the mindset of Europe of that era. Instigated by the French Revolution and the subsequent Napoleonic Wars, many Enlightenment ideals emphasized that cultural self-expression could be found through the creation of nation-states, which could be used, it was argued, to support the interests of the people. Building off the work of philosopher George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, which outlined a philosophy that human history was one of linear progression, the idea of the divine right of monarchs was slowly replaced by the idea that a people who identified as a nation had a right to self-determination, which in this context meant the right to form a political entity and a representative government with full suffrage. The revolutions of 1848 saw this idea burst into full form in the springtime of nations, and even though these liberal revolts were defeated, the nation-state ideal grew from strength to strength across the world, becoming the ambition of everyone from radical revolutionaries to liberal aristocrats to arch-conservatives. Even Lenin and President Woodrow Wilson publicly encouraged the concept of universal self-rule through nation-states. However, both Lenin and Wilson were perfectly happy to exempt great swaths of the world from this idea when it suited them, depending on if you meant the colonial world or the ex-Russian Empire. It was in vogue, the hip new thing, as the youths would say. I don't know why I suddenly become my grandma. It's trending on the TikToks with the kids. Welcome to the nations. I'm gonna stop whatever the hell that was. I feel very old now. But the critical question that lied at the heart of every nationalist movement was, what constitutes the people who make up the nation? Who deserves to be the people within a nation state, with the right to full suffrage and engagement within the government? As Europe rushed to create nationalist identities, Jewish people felt that they would never be able to be included in such projects on their own terms. Many European countries, like Greece and Poland, answered this question of who makes up the people of a nation differently, with each of them forming a nationalist identity through an uprising against the declining Russian and Ottoman empires. In distinction though, countries such as Germany or Italy formed by building up a shared national identity on the location that they came from. Beliefs in Germany specifically rallied around the ethnic nationalist belief that became known as the Völkisch movement. According to historian Nicholas Goodless-Clark, Völkisch denoted the
national collectivity inspired by a common creative energy, feelings, and sense of individuality. These metaphysical qualities were supposed to define the unique cultural essence of the German people.
And this identity took on a racial quality, the idea that Germans were a race separate from all others. Inspired by Darwin's theory of evolution and the idea of survival of the fittest, the Völkisch movement eventually evolved to create a concept of a race struggle upon which the German, or Aryan, people had to win to be on top. And we'll talk a little bit later about where that specific ideology goes, but I'm guessing a bunch of you can already guess. However, it was from this conceptualization of nationalism, the Völkisch movement, that modern Zionist beliefs also grew. Jewish people specifically, as we've discussed, had no land to call home, nor did any growing nationalist identity seek to include Jewish people within its definitions. Jewish people are often intentionally excluded from many European thinkers' discussions of the ability of a people to self-determine.
Gentile European intellectuals, including thinkers who heavily influenced the left, like Hegel, taught that Jews were a people outside of history. Prominent theories held that because Jews had no land of our own, we were a deformed group without a role to play in history and revolution. In addition, much developing revolutionary theory saw the tropes that mattered in creating social change as the industrial laborers or peasants. But European Jews, having been excluded from many traditional trades, often didn't fit neatly into those categories.
Much of early Zionist discussion, seen as early as the 1870s, centralized on creating a racialized idea of Jewish identity. In other words, as historian Raphael Falk discusses,
the Zionists to be stressed that Jews were not merely members of a cultural or religious entity, but were an integral biological entity.
This allowed for the conceptualization of Jewishness as a Volk, a national race tied to the land that they came from, rather than a socioeconomic group or cultural identity. For many Zionist thought leaders of this era, this conceptualization came as a direct negation of the identity of a diaspora Jew. As Israeli scholar Ronit Lenet argues, this negation was intrinsic to the construction of a Zionist identity.
Secular Zionist nationalism was a classic case of the invention of a people in late 19th century Europe and the synthesizing of a national project. This invented tradition considered the Jews as a race and a biological group and borrowed heavily from Romantic nationalisms in Central and Eastern Europe. Political Zionism mobilized an imagined biblical narrative, which was reworked in the late 19th century for the political purposes of a modern European movement intent on colonizing the land of Palestine. As an invented late modern European tradition, Zionism was bound to be a synthesizing project. As Israeli scholar Ronit Lenet has powerfully argued in Israel and the Daughters of the Shoah, Reoccupying the Territories of Silence, Israeli masculinized and militarized nationalism has been constructed in opposition to a feminized other. The founding fathers of Zionism reimagined the new Hebrew collectively in total opposition to the despised Jewish diaspora, unable to resist the European anti-Semitism which led to the Holocaust. Zionism's contempt for diaspora Jews and rejection of a feminized diaspora and its obsession with synthesizing a nation are reflected by the fact that its symbols were an amalgam, chosen not only from the Jewish religion and the militant parts of the Hebrew Bible, but also from diverse modern traditions and sources, symbols subsequently appropriated as Jewish nationalist, Zionism and European settler colonialism Zionist, or Israeli.
In 1896, lawyer and journalist Theodor Herzl, who would become a founding figure in Zionist beliefs, published the book The Jewish State. In it, Herzl called for a single nation state for the Jewish people that could be, in words echoing European colonizing justifications,
"Above all, I recognize the emptiness and futility of efforts to combat anti-Semitism."
Much like many European colonizing powers, Herzl believed that Jewish people could uplift the savages of other eras. Herzl also discussed that anti-Semitism that was rampant in Europe was not something worth fighting, but instead was something that required Jews to be separated from Europe in a Jewish state, in which the Jewish nation could find its own identity and pursue its rightful return to a homeland. Now, some have argued that Herzl and other Zionist leaders collaborated with anti-Semitic groups to exacerbate conditions in Europe to force Jewish people to wish to resettle elsewhere. However, this is often hotly contested and often claimed to be an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in and of itself, so we'll discuss it a little bit later. What is certain, however, is that Herzl did not view fighting anti-Semitism to be an aim of his work. Instead, Zionists were willing to capitalize on anti-Semitic movements throughout Europe to further Zionist goals of establishment of a Jewish state, as the national identity of Volkism argued for a strong tie to the land, epitomized in the concepts of blood and soil, which were also motivating much of Germany at this time as we were leading into World War I.
German nationalist principles such as biology, racial purity, historical roots, and blood and soil, and a mystical attitude to the land all became key features of and guided secular Zionist nationalism and its invention of Jews as a nation with its own land, the land of the forefathers. This is a form of tribal, organic nationalism, which espoused common descent and racialism. This intolerant, organic, integral nationalism celebrated the relationship of the Volk to the land they occupied and cultivated, and it placed a high value on the mystical virtues of cultivating a national soil and rural living.
This negation of a Jewish diaspora identity may seem callous and self-defeating, but we also have to understand why this idea would be appealing to some Jewish people who felt drawn to Zionist ideals. After centuries of facing anti-Semitism from every place that they entered throughout Europe and parts of Russia, would it not feel futile to try to defeat it? Would not a call to the ability to create a racial identity of your own, something that every single other European country was doing at the time, in opposition to how you have been racialized as weak and othered, feel appealing in some way? Additionally, as nationalist rhetoric exploded throughout Europe and ties to the love of a homeland often found themselves at its core, would there not also be a certain appeal to creating a homeland separate from a colonial intention that we'll talk about in just a little bit, within the Jewish people who are often so continually forced to be othered or flee persecution? Now, this is not me creating a justification or even a condemnation of what would come later with Zionism, but simply me presenting the framework by which Zionist leaders and movements were making their case to appeal to the Jewish people. The constantly shifting racialization of the Jewish people is a continually moving political target in many different contexts, one that Zionists were attempting to utilize to reframe and create as one centralized identity that would empower the Jewish people, specifically on their terms and their definitions. Regardless of racialization, Jews have always had an ethnicity and a culture not tied to Israeli nationalism or a racialized identity up until this point. They were a people who were often thrown out or forced to flee their homes and created a culture despite that wherever they went. It was not an inherently colonial desire to want a home that they couldn't be thrown out of, but an understandable emotional desire for stability and a place. This fundamental emotion that many Jewish people felt, which Zionism would later build itself up upon, is a crucial aspect of how Zionism is broadly understood by Jewish people even a century later. And it's important to note that Herzl was far from the only Zionist at the time. Others, such as Nathan Brinbaum, an editor of the Kadamah Society's newspaper and inventor of the word Zionism, argued less for a specific national homeland in Palestine and more for the creation of a nationalist Jewish identity generally. Herzl himself even argued that both Palestine and Argentina were acceptable national homelands for the Jewish people, and even fought for the acceptance of the British offer of a Ugandan territory for the Jewish people to settle in. But as Zionist leadership became more and more centralized over time, many Zionist leaders became more and more focused on Palestine. Zion itself refers to the biblical name of a hill within Jerusalem. By 1897, the World Zionist Organization, or WZO, was formed, and delegates at their first Congress defined Zionism as the belief in the, quote,
creation of a home for the Jewish people in Palestine.
Eager to describe themselves as strong, masculine Jews compared to the feminized, diasporid Jewish identity, early Zionist philosophers developed the concepts of conquest of labor and land, emphasizing the importance of colonizing, irrigating, and cultivating the land in Palestine through Jewish-only labor. Zionism became centralized on believing that Palestine was
a land without a people, for a people without a land.
One that required the civilizing hand of Jewish people in order to flourish. However, though, Palestine around this time looked much different than when the majority of Jewish people had been forced to leave it under the Roman Empire. Arab Muslims had conquered the land in the 7th century after the emergence of Islam. While a minority of Christians and Jewish people still lived within Palestine, Islam became the main religion of the region. The Ottomans, Muslims who were not Arab-speaking, later conquered the land in the 16th century and would go on to conquer much of what is known as the Middle East today. While at the end of the 19th century there was no direct designation of Palestine, there was indeed a Palestinian society that had formed within the region. The mostly Mitzrah and Sephardic Jews lived mostly peacefully alongside Muslims and Christians in the region. Most families at the end of the 19th century in Palestine were rural peasant farmers. But as early capitalism began to spread from Europe through increased trade, the accumulation of private property land ownership had centralized in a group known as notables. These notables acted as agents of the Ottoman Empire in Palestine, and even held government and religious posts and collected taxes. As pointed out by writer Rashid Khalidi, cash crops and wage labor helped transform the countryside, increasing the population, and was aided by the introduction of technological innovations like electricity and modern road systems. Increased access to education as well as printed books helped to build a greater sense of identification, including a national identity within Palestinians, as these ideas also spread across Palestine. As the Ottoman Empire began to destabilize in the years before and during World War I, and as ideas of nationalism spread to the Middle East, Palestinians were arguably on their path towards self-determined identity, reflecting European philosophical belief of the inevitable linear forward progression towards nation-states and, later on in the 20th century, liberal democracy and neoliberalism.
They had arrived at the conclusion that remaining in the Ottoman Empire was becoming hopeless, that they couldn't actually share power with the Turks, and they began thinking of having their own state.
As we'll discuss much later, these qualities reflecting the development of a national identity and nation-state should not be used to judge a people's or person's right to autonomy. However, given that these are the qualities that European colonizing views often use as benchmarks to portray a region as primitive or not, and thus justify colonization as a white man's burden to modernize the primitives, it's worth noting here how Palestinian society was changing in parallel with changes in Western Europe. Despite this though, Palestinian society was characterized as non-existent by both contemporary and even modern scholars today to justify the settling of the region as having no undue effect on its populace, as pointed out by Rashid Khalidi.
The much more rapid pace of transformation in the advanced countries of Western Europe and North America compared to the rest of the world during the modern industrial era led many outside observers, including some eminent scholars, to mistakenly claim that Middle Eastern societies, including Palestine, were stagnant and unchanging, or even in decline. We now know from many indices that this is by no means the case. It is clear that by the first part of the 20th century, there existed in Palestine under Ottoman rule a vibrant Arab society undergoing a series of rapid and accelerating transitions, much like several other Middle Eastern societies around it.
On March 1st, 1899, Palestinian notable, Ottoman politician, and former mayor of Jerusalem, Yusuf Dia Pasha al-Khalidi, wrote a letter to Herzl in response to the growing Zionist movement. While his letter stated that Zionism in isolation was
natural, beautiful, and just.
And
who could contest the rights of the Jews in Palestine? My God, historically it's your country.
Al-Khalidi also argued that in practice, Palestine was currently inhabited by an indigenous populace who would not accept being pushed aside. He pleaded for Herzl to consider other areas for a Jewish state, and on March 19th, Herzl replied.
In it, Herzl established what was to become a pattern of dismissing as insignificant the interest and sometimes the very existence of the indigenous population. The Zionist leader simply ignored that Palestine was already inhabited by a population that would not agree to be supplanted. Glossing over the fact that Zionism was ultimately meant to lead the Jewish domination of Palestine, Herzl employed a justification that has become a touchstone for colonialists at all times and in all places, and would become a stable argument for the Zionist movement. Jewish immigration would benefit the indigenous people of Palestine. It is their well-being, their individual wealth, which we will increase by bridging in our own. Also, Herzl alludes to the desire recorded in his diary to spirit the country's poor population discreetly across the borders. It is clear from this chilling quotation that Herzl grasped the importance of disappearing the native population of Palestine in order for Zionism to succeed. Moreover, the 1901 charter that he co-drafted for the Jewish Ottoman Land Company includes the same principle of the removal of inhabitants of Palestine to other provinces and territories of the Ottoman Empire. Either the Zionist leader meant to deceive him by concealing the true aims of the Zionist movement, or Herzl simply did not see Yusuf Dia and the Arabs of Palestine as worthy of being taken seriously. Instead, with the smug self-assurance so common to 19th century Europeans, Herzl offered the preposterous inducement that the colonization and ultimately the usurpation of their land by strangers would benefit the people of that country.
As more Jewish settlers began to come to Palestine, the number of jobs and money available increased as well. This movement of Jewish settlers in 1882, in what is now known as the First Aliyah, were mainly farmers from present-day Poland, then Russia. And of the Jewish settlers that acquired land at this time, many survived with the help of hired Arab labor. In contrast, the 35,000 Jews, mainly from Russia, who emigrated during the Second Aliyah from around 1904 to 1914, often valued Hebrew labor over financial benefit, paralleling Zionist ideals of a national identity built on blood and soil. However, it is worth noting here that Zionist ideology was not the prime motivator for immigration to Palestine at this time, with poverty and persecution being the things leading the charge. Instead of Zionism causing immigration, it's much better to understand Zionism as stepping in to serve or at least aligning itself with the needs of Jewish people at the time that were escaping persecution, and taking advantage and giving a narrative to that immigration. On top of this, Zionists attempted to aid many Jewish immigrants to the area. For example, the WZO set up the Jewish National Fund to buy land in Palestine and subsidize Jewish immigration. As Jewish settlements increased, Palestinians in the area began to grow more anxious.
Palestinians couldn't conceive their country being divided or given away to another community which had nothing to do with the Middle East in the first place and was almost wholly European at the time. So to them, it seemed absurd that 600 to 700,000 should give up their land, their homes, their villages, their towns, and hand them over to a minority which was dispersed throughout Palestine.
As historian Michael Scott Baum points out,
many Arab tenant farmers were evicted from the land they had worked for generations after their Arab landowners, often absentees living in cities like Jerusalem or Beirut, sold it to Jewish newcomers. The Arabic press took up the farmers' cause, The newspaper, Philastin, appealed to fellow Arabs not to sell land to Jewish immigrants. Increasing reference was made, both in the press and by notables, to the terms Palestine and Palestinian. A sense of Palestinian identity was coming to be shared by an increasing number of Palestinian Arabs. Fear of dispossession undoubtedly fueled the growth of the anti-Zionist sentiment in Palestine. Urban notables and the Arabic press called on the Ottoman government to halt immigration and land purchases, and occasionally restrictions were imposed by the Ottoman authorities in Palestine. However, immigration and settlement activity intensified in the early 20th century, and in 1907, the WZO founded the Palestine office in Jaffa to coordinate land purchases and organize the building of Jewish settlements. Yet the Jewish population by 1914, at about 75,000, still only made up about 7% of the population, and not all were Zionists.
This Palestinian identity, created in reaction to Jewish immigration, is often used to frame anti-Zionist sentiment by Palestinians to this day, or even the recognition of Palestinian identity itself, as anti-Semitic. It's argued that a Palestinian identity was only created out of a reaction to Jewish settlers who were themselves not all Zionist. While undoubtedly some form of anti-Semitism mixed with anti-Zionism played a role in the formation of a Palestinian identity at this time, it was not the only cause of it.
Palestinian identity and nationalism are all too often seen to be no more than recent expressions of an unceasing, if not fanatical, opposition to Jewish national self-determination. But Palestinian identity, much like Zionism, emerged in response to many stimuli and at almost exactly the same time as did modern political Zionism. The threat of Zionism was only one of these stimuli, just as anti-Semitism was only one of the factors fueling Zionism. As newspapers like Philastin and Al-Karmil reveal, this identity included love of country, a desire to improve society, religious attachment to Palestine, and opposition to European control. After the war, the focus on Palestine as the central locus of identity drew strength from widespread frustration at the block of Arab aspirations in Syria and elsewhere in the Middle East became suffocatingly dominated by the European colonial powers. This identity is thus comparable to the other Arab nation-state identities that emerged around the same time in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq. Indeed, all the neighboring Arab peoples developed modern national identities very similar to that of the Palestinians, and did so without the impact of the emergence of Zionist colonialism in their midst. The denial of an authentic, independent Palestinian identity is a piece with Herzl's colonialist views on the alleged benefits of Zionism to the indigenous population and constitutes a crucial element in the erasure of their national rights and peoplehood by the Balfour Declaration and its sequels.
It's also worth noting how many Arab nations surrounding Palestine viewed Jewish people as well, as it will inform how they would react to the increase in Jewish settlers and the formation of Israel in the years to come. In many Arab countries in the region, who themselves were growing their own nationalist, self-deterministic movements, Jews, as they had been throughout history, began to be used as scapegoats for growing party movements. The 1908 Turkish Revolution led to a new constitutional regime that controlled the Ottoman Empire, and it blamed Jews as secret organizers of the resistance to it. Many conspiracy theories also began to spread in Arab countries surrounding Zionism and Jewish immigration to Palestine, with the idea that Jews were trying to erase local Muslim populations. Jewish people have numerous times been kicked out or faced persecution within these Arab countries. For example, Jewish people in Egypt have had their property confiscated and many of them forced out of the country many times throughout Egyptian history, such as after the Nakba, the Palestinian War, and the Lebanon Affair. Thus, as a result, along with the later wars and conflicts that many Jewish people would face in the region, many Jewish people created a sense of David versus Goliath emotional feeling about their situation within the Middle East. A sense that they are besieged on all sides and from within their land by Palestinians as they sought to return to their homeland after centuries of persecution elsewhere. And again, Zionism as an ideology stepped in to foster this emotional feeling as a central pillar in the calling for the need for a Jewish state in the name of persecution and the pursuit of their secular Jewish racialized nation. In the mid-1910s, World War I brought with it radical change to Palestine. As Europe descended into war, thousands of Palestinians and some Jewish people were drafted into the Ottoman army, while Jewish immigration and financial backing to the area slowed. As World War I ended, despite the British promising the independence of the Arab countries if Arabs were under Hussein, the Sheriff of Mecca who fought against the Ottoman Empire and led to the Arab Revolt, the British and the French instead took control of Palestine. In 1917, the British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour wrote a letter to Lord Rothschild expressing support for a national, though not state, home for Jews in Palestine, referring to all other people in the region as simply non-Jewish communities, when stating that they should not be harmed in this pursuit of a Jewish nation.
The indigenous inhabitants of Palestine were referred to as non-Jewish inhabitants, and that Palestine was being identified, even at that stage, as a Jewish land, and all the others had no defined identity. They were simply non-Jewish.
This declaration, known as the Balfour Declaration, would both influence and reflect the British interventionist motives in its anti-Semitic wish to reduce Jewish immigration to Britain, as well as their belief that influential Jews had the mystical ability that kept Jewish people from fighting in World War I.
The British government received an intelligence report suggesting that Jews were a significant influence in the leadership of the Bolshevik Party.
There were 15 to 20 Jews in the higher echelons of the Bolshevik Party. Most of them were anti-Zionist, and after they came to power, soon after they came to power, they issued a declaration to say that Zionism is a capitalist ploy, a capitalist idea.
A belief that the British leader of the WZO, Chaim Weizmann, was happy to cultivate in support of a Zionist cause.
British leaders drew primarily on two anti-Semitic canards: that Jews simultaneously commanded the US financial system and held the strings controlling Russian pacifism. In other words, they believed that American Jews could bring the United States into the war, and that Russian Jews could keep their country from dropping out of it. They also believed that Jewish money could help finance the war effort. Moreover, they believed that all Jews were Zionists, which they weren't. That is why the bribe, or rather, the engagement ring, took the form of the Balfour Declaration. Balfour also operated under similarly conflicting stereotypes regarding Jews. He had been moved to tears by British Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann's recital of the ills done to the Jewish people. Nevertheless, he told Weizmann that he shared the anti-Semitic postulates of the virulent Cosima Wagner, who would become one of the first patrons of Adolf Hitler. Balfour apparently did not believe that Jews could be assimilated into Gentile British society.
Despite all of this, though, the Balfour Declaration was primarily influenced by what usually influences the British: the desire to control shit. In this case, Palestine, given its strategic placement near Iraq's oil reserves and proximity to the Suez Canal. The British even went so far as to place the northern border of their map of Palestine to keep French air bases in Lebanon out of range of the Suez Canal. And here again, it's important to notice how we can see how Zionist pursuits in Israel were often bolstered by European countries' overt persecution and conspiratorial anti-Semitism, yet how these were almost always in conjunction with, and more realistically simply a justification for, a more significant desire by European powers to use Jewish dependence and cooperation to exert control over the region to exploit its resources.
They did indeed make pledges to the Arabs, but they also made pledges to the Jews. And they also made pledges to the French and the Russians and everybody else. And these people saw the world as an imperial world. Not only did they want to carve out the Middle East, they wanted to carve out Russia. They thought this was the last great moment in which the imperial powers would be able to sit down and grab what was going, particularly since there was no one to stop them.
Again, we see how anti-Semitism is actually used as justification for larger institutional colonial pursuits. At the same time, though, Zionist leaders' goals to create a Jewish state was a clear motivator for the group's cooperation with the British. At the post-World War I peace conference in Paris, Weizmann argued for the Balfour Declaration to be part of the peace settlement, but did not speak of it as a Jewish state, not wishing to push the British too far. Balfour himself dismissed any non-Jewish concerns in the area of Palestine, stating,
"We are dealing not with the wishes of an existing community, but are consciously seeking to reconstitute a new community and definitely building for a numerical Jewish minority in the future."
As well as saying,
"Zionism was of a far more profound importance than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land."
Palestinians, for obvious reasons, reacted negatively to all of this. But even beyond that, the talk of national self-determination by the war winners President Wilson and Vladimir Lenin, as well as the fall of the Ottoman Empire at the end of World War I, led to a self-deterministic desire for the nation-state for Palestinians themselves. Yet, in 1922, the League of Nations issued a mandate for Palestine, formalizing British rule in the area. The mandate not only included the Balfour Declaration, but only recognized the Jewish people as having a connection to Palestine, nor was there any reference to Palestinians as a people or a nation with rights, despite the mandate stating,
certain communities, their existence as independent nations can be provisionally recognized.
The mandate also provided self-governing institutions beyond the British in Palestine, but only to the Jewish population of Palestine. The Zionist movement was designated the official representative of the Jewish population in the area, even though not all Jews in the region were Zionist. And no Palestinian representative was designated for the then Arab majority. The following 20 years, heading into World War II, were defined by the increasing British influence to divide Palestinian nationalist movements by dividing the hierarchical elite classes of Palestine, such as creating an alternative Palestinian leadership structure that was led by the members of the same family as the Arab Executive of Palestine Congresses, creating frictions between the two organizations. Additionally, Palestinian leadership at the time often worked to appease the British rather than outright oppose it, hoping that this would be a way to lead to the recognition of Palestinian self-determination in opposition to, or at least alongside, Jewish self-determination. There were, however, working-class actions directly against the British, such as the 6-month 1936 general strike that ultimately sadly ended at the request of Arab rulers who were working for the British. Eventually, though, in 1937, an armed revolt of mostly working-class Palestinians broke out after a British royal commission proposed to partition Palestine and create a Jewish state in about 17% of the region, in its words transferring, aka expelling, the Palestinian people from the area, with both states still being under British rule. The revolt eventually left an estimated 14 to 17% of the adult Arab population killed, wounded, imprisoned, or exiled. The British exhibited intense cruelty against the revolt, hanging and assassinating hundreds of Arabs, holding mass arrests, and destroying houses suspected of containing Arab terrorists or arms, as well as conducting collective punishments against villages of Palestinian civilians. All tactics that would become very familiar to Palestinians over the coming decades, as we can see how British tactics against the Palestinians would then be used by the Israeli state after the formation of Israel. Speaking of, though, it's worth pointing out that several members of the Palestinian police force were aided by the Jewish militias and terror groups, with varying levels of approval and support from London. However, right-wing Jewish militia groups still considered the British and Palestinians to be their equal enemies. The Palestinian revolt was eventually crushed by the British and turned into a civil war within Palestinian groups due to disputes over leadership. The Jewish community in Palestine, though, would likely not have survived the revolt if it had not been for the British military force, as they provided what Zionist Zeev Zarbinski described as an iron wall of military support, a support that Zarbinski had argued years before was going to be necessary to create a Jewish state in the first place.
The very fact that there are British troops, British policemen, there to protect the Jewish communities is ultimately central to the situation. It could not have been done in any other way.
And something that many of the Jewish script readers for this video wanted me to emphasize was that this particular moment is something that not many will empathize with the Jewish people over, or even properly connect it to the trauma that informs many of Israel's policies today. However, it is fundamental to understand that Zionism, such as that espoused by the right-wing Zarbinski, who is quite often characterized as fascistic, sought to create an oppositional feeling of Jews versus Palestinians, and that Jewish people would not survive without significant military support. A sense that the Palestinian revolt and the subsequent support of the British military only seemingly proved to be true to many Jewish people who eventually bought into the Zionist movement. However, all this eventually resulted in the fact that by 1939, the Jewish people made up 30% of the population of Palestine. The city of Tel Aviv grew, and 15,000 Jewish people also gained military training and funding during the revolt. The revolt also bolstered a sense of national identity within Palestinians, who would cite the revolt as a symbolic movement of Palestinian resistance and shared historical struggle for decades to come. Despite the defense of the Jewish population, though, a 1939 white paper by the British dropped the idea of a Jewish state entirely, as the British felt that their intervention in an attempt to partition the area into a Palestinian and Jewish state alienated other Arab states in the region, which they did not wish to ally with the increasingly hostile Germany under Adolf Hitler. Zionists were furious. Most notably, the president of the Jewish Agency Executive, leader of the Jewish community in Palestine, and the future first prime minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion.
The Jews would fight with the British against Nazi Germany as though there was no white paper, and would fight against the white paper as if there was no war.
With the British backpedaling, Zionist leaders soon realized that they had to look elsewhere to find their support for a Jewish state. Major developments in Palestine mainly slowed as the British began to focus on the growing World War II. Indeed, many Jews in Palestine fought for the British within World War II, with a Jewish brigade forming within the army in 1944. For Jews elsewhere, though, things were getting much worse, specifically in Germany. As the Nazis rose to power, they continually used their own ethno-nationalism rhetoric to target Jewish people as enemies of their Volk, their generated German national identity. Jews under Nazi ideology were not just a race separate from Aryans, but unlike other races identified and created by the Nazis, were actually attempting to directly dilute Aryan blood and keep the German people down. This is again something many people don't understand when we talk about a Volkish style of nationalist identity that is often built up on an us versus them narrative. The reason that Jews were so specifically targeted by the Nazis was because that Jewish people were seen at direct conflict with the growing sense of German national identity. This is different from how German people viewed their own idea of the racialized Oriental identities like the Japanese, who they also saw as a separate racial identity, but not one that was directly in opposition to the German nationalist movement at the time. Now, certainly, if the Nazis had succeeded and managed to genocide all the Jews, I'm certain they would have picked another racial identity to point at as their enemies, because fascism always requires an enemy. But at the time, Jews were the ones that they picked, and this mixing of nationalism and anti-Semitic narratives sought to distract the German people at the time from the real culprits of their exploitations and set their eyes on purifying their nation and expanding their rightful place at the top of the hierarchy of races. In 1938, as part of this, the Nazis rejected Jewish citizenship in Germany, and the increasing violence led to a massive influx of Jewish refugees across Europe as well. Yet in response to the growing number of Jewish refugees, the British closed immigration to Palestine for Jewish people. The Evian Conference also resulted in 23 mainly European countries to deny access to German Jewish refugees in danger. All of this led to an existential crisis for European Jews. Even outside of Germany, anti-Semitic views were reigniting. Nazis would ally with radical Muslim groups to build ethno-nationalist movements built upon the colonial disdain for the British and French, leading to nearly 1 million Jewish people being expelled from Middle Eastern states. As the ethno-nationalist pan-Arabism began to target outsiders like Jewish people and even the Egyptian president spreading anti-Semitic propaganda at the time, the worst would come true. With 6 million Jews killed in what would become known as the Holocaust. The Jews, the main targets of Nazis' ire, were killed alongside many other groups scapegoated by the Nazis as enemies or dilutions of the German Volk national identity that the Nazis were propagandizing, such as Romani and Sinti people, disabled folks, queer and trans people, and others. With a growing sense among Jews that they could go nowhere, and the violence against them seemingly ever-present and the worst it had ever been throughout history, Zionist leaders realized that they had to seek out other allies in their causes, primarily focusing on the United States. The attempt to influence the United States' sentiment on Jewish people within Palestine was no small feat. Influenced by the poverty and persecution that influenced European Jews to immigrate to Palestine in the early 20th century, millions of Jewish people immigrated to the United States inspired by its sense of idealism. Still, Jews also faced heavy racialization within the US, given that there was also still large-scale anti-Semitic sentiment within the country. Many Jews in the late 1800s were racialized as lesser than, and were often only allowed into labor working-class jobs. As capitalist enterprises grew, capitalists and politicians in the US used this anti-Semitism to propagate their power. Henry Ford, in particular, would crush unions, control immigration and racialized workers with low wages, support segregation of Black Americans, and generate conspiracy narratives around Jewish people to justify his institutional violence, arguing things like there was a Jewish control over unions to manipulate the workers.
One of the most outspoken anti-Semites in America at the time, in the pages of his Dearborn Independent, accused the Jews as the people responsible for fixing the World Series.
If fans wish to know the trouble with American baseball, Ford wrote, they have it in 3 words: too much Jew.
Hitler himself would even praise Ford by name in Mein Kampf. U.S. Congressman John E. Rankin would also accuse Jews of attempting to orchestrate World War II through Wall Street. Despite this, though, proponents of Zionism found fertile ground to spread their message in the United States. At a conference in New York City, Ben-Gurion argued for a Jewish state to protect Jewish people, but also spoke of the ruthless compulsion required to transfer Arabs to create a manageable number in a future Jewish state. After World War II ended, which itself caused a considerable shift in American sentiment due to wartime nationalist sentiment centered on anti-Nazi and Japanese fighting, American Zionists led a propaganda campaign with meetings, rallies, lobbies, and more, eventually leading President Truman to argue for the increase of Jewish refugees into Palestine, and eventually supporting a Palestinian partition. Meanwhile, back in Palestine, Palestinians continue to oppose Jewish immigration and the formation of a Jewish state. Many argued, quite rightly so, that the West should take responsibility for the victims of the Holocaust and not use Palestine as a solution to the problems that they had caused. Palestinians saw Jews not as refugees, but as settlers attempting to colonize their land. Palestinians demanded an end to Jewish immigration and the support of an independent Palestinian state. The Palestinian leadership at the time had little influence, though, outside of Palestine, with many never even having visited the United States or much of Europe. While the British themselves did not support a Palestinian state, they did continue to halt Jewish immigration. However, as militant Zionist terrorism and violence by groups such as the Stern Gang grew, such as with the bombing of the British military headquarters in Palestine at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, as well as with the British facing heavy public criticism for turning away Jewish refugees to Palestine, most notably with them turning away 4,500 stranded Jewish refugees on the exodus that had been heading to Palestine, the British eventually surrendered their responsibility of the region to the newly formed United Nations. In 1947, the UN General Assembly voted to establish a Jewish and Arab state, giving Jewish Palestinians, who owned 10% of the land and made up 1/3 of the population, about 55% of the Palestinian territory. This measure was supported by both the United States and the USSR, which both hoped to influence the Jewish state in future years as the Cold War began to heat up. A hope which quickly soured in the USSR as Israel would soon align more with the United States. This shift led to growing anti-Semitism within the Soviet Union in the decades to come. However, not all Jews in Palestine approved of the United Nations partition plan, including Ben-Gurion, as it excluded the Jewish majority populated Jerusalem from the Jewish state. Still, though, Zionists had been given what they had been seeking, the legal approval and European permission to create a Jewish state within Palestine, something that was done over the voices of Palestinians.
6 months from now, in May 1948, the British mandate will end, and 50 years after Herzl, it will no longer be a dream.
Meanwhile, Palestinians reacted angrily with outbursts of violence against Jewish civilians, as well as working-class labor strikes beginning. Many Zionist groups, such as the Jewish Agency, had known that this might happen and had internally prepared for violence, knowing that it would be required to establish a Jewish state. Fighting between Jews and Palestinians began to intensify. The Jewish forces, which had been trained and militarized by the British and during World War II, fought against the mainly disorganized Palestinians. Jewish forces began to forcibly expel Arabs from villages in the soon-to-be Jewish state, and this event would come to be known as the Nakba.
The Nakba represented a watershed in the history of Palestine and the Middle East. It transformed most of Palestine from what it had been for well over a millennium, a majority Arab country, into a new state that had a substantial Jewish majority. This transformation was the result of two processes: the systemic ethnic cleansing of the Arab-inhabited areas of the country seized during the war and the theft of Palestinian land and property left behind by the refugees, as well as much of that owned by those Arabs who remained in Israel. There would be no other way to achieve a Jewish majority, the explicit aim of political Zionism from its inception. Nor would it have been possible to dominate the country without the seizures of land. In a third major and lasting impact of the Nakba, the victims, the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians driven from their homes, served to further destabilize Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, poor, weak, and recently independent countries, and the region for years thereafter.
In Jerusalem, fighting continued, with civilians, both Jewish and Arab, killed from all sides. In May 14, 1948, David Ben-Gurion announced the State of Israel. The very next day, what would be known in Israel in the years to come as the War of Independence against surrounding Arab countries like Egypt and Syria began. During this conflict, the nation of Transjordan under King Abdullah worked to prevent the formation of an independently recognized Arab state in Palestine in order to extend Transjordan's influence. Working with the British, the Transjordan forces led the charge in keeping Israel from conquering the West Bank and East Jerusalem, but prevented Palestinians from claiming it at the same time. Israel, though, would eventually win and survive the War of Independence, though no peace treaties were officially signed. While the Israeli government in years to come argued that the victory was a story of the David of Israel triumphing over the Goliath of the anti-Semitic Arab world with Israel's sheer heroic determination, more modern historical reflections and investigations into the history have shown a slightly different story.
It is certainly true that at the start of the war in May 1948, the Israelis had only about 30,000 soldiers, and their weapons were inferior. But they built up the army to about 65,000 by July and had nearly 100,000 in arms by December 1948. The total number of Arab troops involved in the fighting was similar at the start and was also built up during the war, but not as quickly as that of the Israelis. In terms of weaponry, the Israelis were poorly equipped at the start, but particularly during the first truce in June to July 1948, they gained access to much more equipment from Europe and were better armed for the rest of the war. The Israelis had other military advantages. About 25,000 of them had fought in the British Army in the Second World War and gained valuable experience in training, organization, and technology. The only Arab force that was as well trained and disciplined were the 10,000 men of the Arab Legion of Transjordan, which was partly financed by Britain and led by British officers. In short, the stronger side won.
In the end, though, more than 1 million Palestinians were displaced in the Nakba, with refugees mainly settling in the West Bank under Transjordan's rule, and 1.4 million Palestinians settling in Gaza under Egyptian control, which remained under until 1967. Other Palestinian refugees ended up in the surrounding Arab countries, where they faced numerous different challenges, such as becoming second-class citizens, with Israel itself refusing their ability to return, while also accusing Arab states of using Palestinian refugees as political weapons. Israel, needing to increase its population, created the Law of Return in 1950, allowing any Jewish person the right to citizenship in Israel. 120,000, mainly Polish Holocaust refugees, soon arrived. But the main influx of refugees at the time was from Mitzvah Jews, Jews from Middle Eastern countries who increasingly had faced anti-Semitism for the supposition of them being Zionists. These fleeing Jews were assumed to be supporters of the Zionist colonialism until proven otherwise, which is itself another anti-Semitic trope that we will discuss later on. But after the formation of Israel, Jewish people in nearby Middle Eastern countries faced heavy persecution, leading to forced migration to Israel despite many Jewish people wishing to stay in the place that they called home. For example, in Egypt, 1,000 Jewish people were arrested in Cairo in 1956, while at the same time 400 Egyptian Jews were expelled and 450 Jewish-owned businesses were confiscated from Jewish people. Approximately 25,000 Jewish people left Europe in 1956 due to this treatment. Fleeing to Israel, these Jewish refugees mainly settled in the lands and towns left behind by or were forcibly removed from Palestinian Arabs in the Nakba. Eventually, hostilities between Israel and Egypt erupted in 1967 with the Six-Day War, which caused significant change in the region. After Palestinian guerrilla attacks on Israel from bases in Syria caused Israel to attack Syria, Egyptian President Abdul Nasser, who often expressed anti-Israeli sentiments, provoked Israel into a preemptive strike. Due to their military superiority, Israel quickly wiped out Egyptian air forces, the main threat to Israel at the time. During the fighting, Israel seized control of Gaza from Egypt, including all the Palestinians living within it. The Six-Day War also saw a shift in United States-Israeli relations, with the US mainly working as a diplomatic cover for Israel in the United Nations during the war, a shift that was caused by the Cold War and the Vietnam Proxy War, as well as a change in US policy at the time, given it saw Egypt as a proxy of the USSR in the region. The US's allyship with Israel would become more and more common as, while the US would not condone every Israeli action, it would become an increasingly stronger ally to Israel in hoping of exerting more significant influence in the Middle East. This was done in direct opposition to Russia, which was also attempting to extend its own influence over the region, such as with its invasion of Afghanistan. Even beyond Russia, more control in the area became a greater concern to the US as it became more dependent on the area's oil resources. Eventually, Israel would become the largest receiver of US foreign aid. Eventually, though, Egypt would become the first Middle Eastern country to recognize the State of Israel in 1977 by signing a peace treaty with them. As a result, increasingly on a political scale, Palestinians continually became less and less intentionally recognized as a national group, which ironically came at the same time as Palestinian national sentiment began to grow in Gaza and the West Bank after years of having been mainly focused on just survival after the Nakba. Numerous incidents, uprisings, and developments throughout the decades would lead to the modern-day situation for Palestinians, and we could be here for another several hours more discussing them. You have events such as the 1972 Summer Olympics, where a Palestinian group, Black September, killed 11 Israeli Olympic team members, leading to the retaliation by Israel with the assassination of Palestinian leaders, even those not involved in the killings. Also, there were both the first and second Intifadas, which were mainly working-class Palestinian revolts against the Israeli government that, especially in the case of the first Intifada, managed to bring greater worldwide awareness to the Palestinian cause. Also, over the years, many Palestinian academics began to create a further and greater understanding of Palestine and its peoples within United States and other European educational institutions, laying the groundwork for some of the better understanding of Palestine and its history that we have today. As greater understanding of Israel and Palestine began to grow, as well as violence between the two groups increasing, it eventually led to the Israeli and Palestinian Liberation Front signing the 1993 Oslo Accords under President Bill Clinton, in hopes of creating a two-state solution. The Oslo Accords established the Palestinian National Authority, which was given limited control of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. However, the Accords also called for the complete demilitarization of Palestinians, while Israel itself maintained military control in the region, which to many Palestinians, understandably, still felt like colonial control under a new name.
There was nothing about Jerusalem, there was nothing about refugees, there was nothing about sovereignty. It was a complete sham.
So when I saw that agreement, I was extremely disappointed, but I was extremely concerned that the built-in flaws, the serious obstacles within the agreement itself, conceptually and in many ways, would backfire.
In 2007, Hamas, a radical Islamic group, won many Palestinian elections and quickly replaced and even killed many officials of the opposing Fatah party in government and outlawed further elections, eventually leading to a civil war with Fatah. Eventually, Hamas won out and the region became the political authority within Gaza, and no elections have really taken place since. In fact, due to the young average age of Palestinians, many Palestinians living today didn't actually vote for Hamas or have any chance to vote for them in any way, shape, or form, despite them being the leading recognized political authority by Israel. The general strategy of Israel over the last few decades towards Palestinians both in Gaza and the West Bank has been to provoke occupied civilians, use any retaliation from occupied civilians or groups as justifications of self-defense, and then bomb Gaza and attempt to claim more territory, all while civilians, most of them Palestinians, are killed.
Under attack, Israel's Air Force unleashes devastation on the Gaza Strip. On the ground in one of the world's most densely populated areas, it's a gruesome scene. This Palestinian policeman prepares for his end.
Last week, the U.S. signaled it would not be restraining its ally, Israel.
Whatever the mechanism is that is acceptable to the Israeli government to not see violence used against its citizens, then, of course, we're not going to stand in the way of that.
The medical sources say over 300 people have died, and the United Nations says 51 of the dead were civilians. The medics say Gaza's 9 hospitals are overwhelmed, running out of the basics to treat the injured.
There have been numerous clashes and wars between different Palestinian groups and the Israeli government over the coming years.
Day 6 of this escalation, and the rocket fire between Israel and the Gaza Strip remains as strong and destructive as ever. More than 100 people have been killed in Gaza, almost half civilians, and 3 in Israel. Yesterday, the deadliest attack on the deadliest day. An Israeli strike killed 11 people in one house, 9 from a single family, including a mother and her 4 children.
We are fully supportive of Israel's right to defend itself from missiles landing on people's homes and workplaces and potentially killing civilians. And we will continue to support Israel's right to defend itself.
A lull in the fighting between Israel and Hamas.
This week, after rocket attacks from Gaza, Israel's response has been an aerial bombardment targeting militant infrastructure. A clear pattern rooted in an Israeli approach that experts call cutting the grass. The belief is that semi-regular military incursions are inevitable, not to end the conflict, but to simply manage it.
I reaffirm my strong support for Israel's right to defend itself. No nation should accept rockets being fired into its borders or terrorists tunneling into its territory. In fact, while I was having the conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, sirens went off in Tel Aviv.
Israel will continue to do everything in its power to avoid civilian death.
Israel must periodically cut the grass, knowing that the stalks, or militants' weaponry, will eventually come back.
It's a reality that we could not accept, and therefore the government ordered the military to take steps in order to prevent this aggression.
There's just been a report that Israel has announced an invasion of Gaza.
that well.
Israeli forces fired flares into the skies above Gaza as they pummeled the strip with artillery.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told his soldiers today to prepare for a significant expansion of the operation.
About what the level of damage that Israel's inflicted over the last 24 hours.
Hundreds killed so far, about a fifth have been children.
Last night was very horrific. I think it was the model of the state terror. I mean, unprecedented since the outbreak, the launch of this offensive on Gaza.
It's only getting worse in Gaza tonight. Israeli troops are pounding the place with artillery. They've even targeted a hospital.
They hit our house, says this man. 70 or 80 people were in our house looking for sanctuary, and they hit us. He watches as his 5-year-old daughter is treated for her wounds in this Gaza hospital.
Gaza is a civilian entity, pure civilian entity, with inhabitants of 1.8 million on a geography of 360 square kilometers.
We've seen civilian casualties before.
Although we support military efforts by the Israelis to make sure that rockets are not being fired into their territory, we also have said that our understanding is the current military ground operations are designed to deal with the tunnels, and we are hopeful that Israel will continue to approach this process in a way that minimizes civilian casualties.
And the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warns the military incursion could be expanded. Almost 300 Palestinians have been killed so far.
And the centre that cared for her was targeted in an Israeli airstrike. She survived, but her injuries are
Israel
severe.
must periodically cut the grass, knowing that the stalks or militants' weaponry will eventually come back.
About a fifth have been children.
We've seen civilian casualties before.
What should be done with the Palestinians on the West Bank? There's a problem, so what should be done about it, in your opinion?
Well, I think that...
But there are many questions as to why Israel would target a place they know houses the handicapped.
Where are our human rights? This is a disability center. What did they do? What is their fault?
Well, I think that the Palestinians in the West Bank are going to be offered the full human rights, the full civil rights, as no Arabs are offered in the Middle East. I want to remind you that 7 years ago, Israel withdrew from every square inch of Gaza. Now, Hamas that took over the areas we vacated, what did it do?
I would say that the Balfour Declaration has to be understood not as an idealistic gesture, but it has to be understood within the framework of imperial policy.
Over of the Gaza Strip last year followed a political miscalculation by the administration of U.S. President George Bush. It presumed that Fatah, led by Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, would win the 2006 parliamentary elections, which Washington had encouraged. But with Hamas emerging the victor, the Bush administration joined Israel in refusing to recognize the vote and attempting to isolate the group as it assumed full control of Gaza.
Some seem to believe that we should negotiate with the terrorists and radicals as if some ingenious argument will persuade them they have been wrong all along.
They did indeed make pledges to the Arabs, but they also made pledges to the Jews. And they also made pledges to the French and the Russians and everybody else. And these people saw the world as an imperial world. Not only did they want to carve out the Middle East, they thought this was the last great moment in which the imperial powers would be able to sit down and grab what was going, particularly since there was no one to stop them.
We've heard this foolish delusion before.
And when Bush hosted the Annapolis conference a year ago to resuscitate talks on a final settlement, Hamas was left out.
Well, I think that the Palestinians in the West Bank are going to be offered the full human rights, the full civil rights, as no Arabs are offered in the Middle East. No Arabs whatsoever have any full human rights or the right to vote for their own government. Those Arabs who lived in Israel in the pre-67 boundaries are the only Arabs in the Middle East who are offered that right, and I'm all in favor of having the same Arabs living in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip being offered such a right in the final peace.
While I alluded alluded to this at the beginning of the last section, many of you still at this point may be wondering, why did I go over this long, though still cursory I'm sure in some people's minds, history of Zionism, Israel, and Palestine in a video ostensibly about modern leftist anti-Semitism within the United States? And the answer to that is looking at Zionism as it coalesced into a Jewish state throughout history allows us to better understand what Zionism actually is. And to understand that, we need to look at Zionism as two concepts, a political ideology as well as an emotion. And let's start first with ideology. And this is going to be another long segment, but I promise you all of this is going to be helpful not only on its own terms, but also to provide important context for discussing modern-day anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. So to talk about Zionism as a political ideology, we must pause to consider the concept of indigeneity, as the contrasting views of indigeneity of the Jewish people and the Palestinian people has become a central dividing factor in people's understanding of the region as well as Zionism. Jewish people, as we talked about, were indigenous to the region and saw many Arab people that came afterwards as conquerors, even centuries later. Indeed, as the Jewish diaspora had no centralized home, often the only common history they shared had to be traced back to Palestine. Yet many Palestinians at the time of the formation of Israel also knew no other life than what was in Palestine and had been there for centuries. Their shared identity also comes from a shared place and history. Much of the discourse over who deserves Palestine that would form decades later as the conflicts between the Israeli and Palestinian people grew stems from arguing over who is more indigenous and has therefore more rights to the lands. In other words, both Palestinians and Israelis argue that they had a greater claim to the land through appeals to indigeneity. We got here first and thus deserve it. Many people will even reference the Palestinian leader al-Khalidi in his letter to Theodore Herzl saying,
"Who could contest the rights of the Jews in Palestine? My God, historically it's your country."
To argue that even Palestinians in the late 19th century recognized Jewish people's superior claim to the land. But this ignores, though, that when we are discussing indigeneity, it's not meant to be an identity or a discourse over who deserves land, but of a people's relationship to the concept of a state over which the state has control of that land that the people have a relationship to.
Indigeneity is not like any other ethnic or subnational relationship with the state because it has a distinctive moral quality, a trump card, if you like. It is not simply a matter of historical priority, but of historical injustice. One way of thinking about indigeneity is in terms of we were here before you, but this is deeply problematic since not only are there many examples of indigenous people who do not have historical priority, there is also the issue of the arbitrariness of deciding the key point in history after which you are not indigenous. I think it is much better to think of indigeneity as a challenge to power on the basis of justice and rights. What is inherited is not so much a pre-colonial culture, a deep essentializing trap, but a historical consciousness of injustice. Indigeneity challenges the legitimacy of the state on a number of levels, but the most obvious is by suggesting that those who control the state have usurped that right. This is a powerful argument. Indigeneity is not necessarily a progressive movement and can be used to oppress various others, including other indigenous people. I think this is a difficult point because we are very used to thinking of indigenous peoples as essentially in the right, even the moral guardians of humanity.
Thus, it is true that both Palestinians and Jewish people generally have a history as people indigenous to the land of Palestine and what is now Israel. It is not their relationship with each other that should be put at odds, but their ties to the state that has formed around them, of which both peoples have vastly different relationships, which is what we need to get to when we discuss Zionism as a political ideology. The first thing our history of Zionism that we discuss shows us is that as a political movement, Zionism was nationalist from its inception. It was a political movement that sought to create a national consciousness around its specific conception of Jewish identity to help justify the creation of a Jewish state created on Zionist terms. While there had and continue to be multiple different ways Jewish people identified themselves as Jewish distinct from Zionism, the conceptual identity that Zionism attempted to develop around Judaism was fairly non-existent before that point. Zionism's view of Judaism was secular rather than religious, and defined itself in direct opposition, as we said, to the identity Jewish people had formed in persecution in the diaspora, which Zionist philosophers and leaders themselves viewed as feminized and less than. Zionists built upon Völkisch nationalist theory to create an idea of a racialized Jewish person that reframed Jewish ethnicity around the concept of strength, eugenics, and work tied to a specific land, eventually specifically identified as Israel. And as I alluded to earlier, the Völkisch movement was also the origin of the Nazi ideological belief system that sought to racialize the German people that could trace its lineage to the supposed Aryan race that excluded undesirables that needed to be killed, particularly the Jewish people who were seen as the active enemy, building upon anti-Semitic scapegoating narratives. This shared ideological lineage between Nazism and Zionism has led many to claim that Zionism is the same as Nazism, or even the older brother of Nazism.
Then there's that other part, not being allowed to compare Israel's actions to those of the Nazis. Again, this is kind of a problem, because no other regime on Earth shares as many similarities with Nazi Germany as Israel does.
But this is a dangerous, limiting, and for many Jewish people, offensive comparison. The offensive nature of comparing Zionism to Nazism we'll discuss in a bit as it gets complicated. But on more ideological terms, to compare Zionism to Nazism misses that Zionism itself contains a spectrum of beliefs, as well as separate from Nazism's very specific racialized conceptualization of German people and Jewish people that is distinct from Zionism's conceptualization of a racialized Jewish person. For example, if we're talking about the spectrum of Zionist beliefs, there were socialist Zionist organizations such as Pol Zion that argued for solidarity between the Arab and Jewish working class to create a Jewish state. However, these socialist Zionist groups still aligned with overall Zionist beliefs, valuing a segregationist nationalist Jewish identity in opposition to the otherized Jewish identity in the diaspora, which was seen as subhuman and was the basis for the Nazis' beliefs. Instead, these left-leaning Zionist groups centered on the concept of Jewish labor and output that required the creation of a Jewish ethno-state in Palestine and saw creating an increased working-class identity within Palestine as a means to uplift Jewish working conditions that would then link to a larger proletariat working-class consciousness within Jewish people, not out of a desire to be in solidarity with a Palestinian working-class identity or help formulate a larger proletariat consciousness beyond distinctions of Palestinian and Jew. David Ben-Gurion, who would be the first president of the Israeli state, even took on socialist language to elicit support for said state, where he argued against Palestinian self-determination and argued for the conquest of labor, which emphasized the supremacy of Hebrew-only labor. The party would also later even produce their own version of the Communist Manifesto, one which argued for the rejection of Palestinian labor and self-determination, rather than having solidarity between Jewish and Palestinian working class.
The creation of a state in Palestine is the only radical solution to the Jewish national problem. It will remove the conditions of abnormality in Jewish life at once. Moreover, whether a large number of Jews will or will not emigrate from America, for instance, the creation of a Jewish center in Palestine is bound to react on the national and economic life of the Jews in the diaspora, and will help to place it on a more normally productive basis. The entire Jewish people is thus vitally concerned in the creation of a Jewish state. The usefulness of such a state for the non-Jewish world is likewise evident. A Jewish republic in Palestine will free the Christian nations as well as the Jews of the Jewish problem. The Jewish problem is really a world problem. It cannot be convenient for the Christian world to have in its midst a people always wronged, persecuted, partially assimilating, and partly ostracized, and agonizing itself and others because it leads an abnormal life. Pol Zionism is a Jewish national revolutionary movement in the sense that it undertakes to reorganize Jewish life. It proposes to put Jewish economic life on a sound basis. It proposes to produce conditions that will make possible the creation of a normal national Jewish culture, and it battles against the Jewish exile psychology of submission, timidity, and spiritual segregation, and wields the Jewish masses into a courageous nation that will take its fate into its own hands, and by identifying its own emancipation with that of all mankind, will create in Palestine a Jewish secular state of free citizens.
These more socialist-leaning Zionist movements have a far different ideology than that of Nazism, though still based in a nationalist, Völkisch identitarian theory. On a grand scale, left-leaning movements within the Zionist Party ultimately had the effect of unifying Jewish right and left-wing groups into supporting the singular creation of an Israeli nation-state under the Zionist colonial framework. At the end of the day, leftist socialist Zionists helped lead and participated in the Nakba and still support the Israeli nation-state ideology today that led to what's happening in Palestine. These so-called progressive wings of the Zionist movement are there to elicit a sense that there can be true change within the Israeli nation-state system, but ultimately serve to placate and assuage actual systemic change to the situation between Israel and Palestine. And I'd highly recommend this Best D. Marks video, The History of Socialist Zionism, for more on that specific history. Even further, there were more right-wing Zionist beliefs, such as those of Zeev Zarbinsky, who was the most militaristic of early Zionist leaders, in a way that many have characterized, as I said before, as fascistic. He argued that Zionists required military strength to achieve a Jewish state, one that needed to see the Arab people as the direct enemy of the Jewish people.
There can be no kind of discussion of voluntary reconciliation between us and the Arabs. Any native people view their country as their national home. They will not voluntarily allow not only a new master, but even a new partner. Colonization can have only one goal. For the Palestinian Arabs, this goal is inadmissible. This is the nature of things. To change the nature is impossible. Colonization can, therefore, continue and develop only under the protection of a force independent of local population, an iron wall which the native population cannot break through. This is, in toto, our policy towards the Arabs. To formulate it any other way would only be hypocrisy.
Zarbinsky's form of Zionism is more closely aligned with fascism. But it's worth noting here that while both are fascistic, this version of Zionism is still not Nazism, given that Nazism is a particular expression of fascism centralized on racializing Jews and Germans in a specific way that Zionism, even in its fascistic forms, does not share. While some Zionists can be fascists, and while all Nazis are fascists, not all fascists are Nazis, and neither are all Zionists fascists. And to equate all of these things as the same thing often comes down to a simplified understanding of what fascism is and how it expresses itself, usually, especially in the United States, centered upon a cartoonish pop culture influenced knowledge of Nazis. But these different views of Zionism that we can conceptualize in a more neoliberalist thought as left-wing, right-wing, and centrist, through many conflicts, splits, consolidations, political shifts, and perspectives over the decades, would lead to many of the political parties in Israel today, such as current Prime Minister Netanyahu's more fascistic administration and militaristic policies. However, what all forms of Zionism, be they socialist or fascist, left or right wing, require is ultimately the same, or at the very least similar: a racialized view of the Jewish people and the desire for a specific Jewish state based in nationalist theory. These views, as many movements seeking to create a nation-state based on national identity, did not simply disappear after the formation of Israel, but instead turned inward as well as outward to enforce this view upon the people within its state and under its control and influence. Despite many Palestinian leaders' goals to create a quote-unquote manageable Palestinian population within Israel, which is currently around 20% of Israel's population today, the Palestinian people living in Israel are still treated as non-humans. Israel's nation-state law stipulates that self-determination in Israel and occupied Palestinian territories is, quote, unique to the Jewish people, and encourages racial segregation and discrimination against Palestinians, especially in housing, in order to promote the development of Jewish settlements as a national value. Palestinians hold different ID documents that restrict where they can live, but also they face suppression and intimidation efforts within the country as well. But further still, these racialized views of a particular type of Jewish superiority under Zionist beliefs extends beyond just Palestinians, but to Jewish people living within Israel and outside of Israel themselves, with Ashkenazi Jews described as having a privileged place within Israeli Jewish society. Even with Ashkenazi people, many early Zionist leaders had eugenicist views of Jewish Holocaust refugees, saying things like,
"The human material coming from Germany is getting worse and worse."
Within Israel itself, there is further racial discrimination against other Jews of color, with Mitzrah and Sephardic Jews amongst others.
The huge tension between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews in quotidian life, in neighborhoods, in supermarkets, in schoolyards, on the buses, in the hospitals, in many of the political scandals, reflects that unresolved colonized tension. We were supposed to modernize you, who came, or were brought, to redeem yourselves from North Africa, or Yemen, or Iraq. You were not supposed to remind us of where we live, that is, in the Middle East. "You are ruining our fantasy" could be one description of the hatred felt towards Mizrahi Jews in Israel. Yet this ethnic tension is not the only one. There is also the tension between the ultra-Orthodox and secular camps, a tension that sometimes becomes hateful, almost anti-Semitic in its tone, and for almost the same reasons. You, the Hardim ultra-Orthodox Jews, are not modern, you are backward, parasites, you are what the anti-Semites said about our fathers. All this needs to be explained by a certain form of profound identification with an imaginary West, be it Western Europe, America, or both. All modern Hebrew, secular culture has been constructed within that imagination. Even the Holocaust, despite the political role Israel assigns to it by making it part of national ideology, a role it did not play with such importance between the 1950s and 1970s but developed with full force later on, appears as if it were a historical accident. In other words, the Holocausts, just like its distant metaphor Auschwitz, deep in the land of the Slavs, was not a part or culmination of modern Europe.
As I said, Zionism under Israeli state did not disappear but changed its goals from creating a state to enacting its racialized view of the Jewish identity as secular, centered in blood and soil in opposition to any identity that stemmed from a Jewish concept and culture developed in the diaspora. As most nation-states try to do, they try to enact this hierarchy within the apparatus and systems and structures and institutions that the state builds up and provides. Somewhat contradictorily then, we can see that this Jewish form of identity under Zionism centralizes upon a very similar European conception of white supremacy, rather than simply something based in Nazi ideology. The point that I am making here is that Zionism is not similar to Nazism, though some forms of Zionism may be similar to Nazism in terms of they are both fascistic, but that Zionism as a whole is similar to European colonial ideology that has influenced the entire world over the past century or so. To relegate Zionism as just a form of Nazism removes people like myself, a white United States Gentile with European ancestry, from understanding that the ideology at the basis of Zionism is not unique to it, but also something at the core of many nations, including the United States and Britain and other European countries. Thus, what's important to notice here is that this spectrum of Zionist beliefs, as with many political beliefs within many nation-states in Europe, elicits engagement upon its own terms, giving the illusion of choice within its bounded margins. Take, for example, how, as I discussed in my video on the decaying monomyth of Star Wars, fascism has a clear function within a state system based upon imperialism and colonialism. Not only is fascism a violent reassertion of a status quo within a system, as well as a distillation of the most extreme views of the core of a nation-state's national ideologies that serves to appeal to those who benefit most or buy into a state's message to serve that machine, but fascism also works to elicit compliance from those ostracized and marginalized by the system to work within the state's terms to stave off further violence and erosion of rights that are coming from fascistic movements. You can see this exact dynamic playing out in the United States today when you continually hear calls that leftist groups that are critical of President Biden are extremists who will usher in President Trump's fascistic policies if we don't vote for Biden right now. Vote harder.
Gender is always a social construct, and maybe we should give communism another try, and maybe we should get rid of capitalism and the border patrol, and let's tear down statues of Lincoln and get rid of the police. Just, no. It's not that I've gotten old, it's that your ideas are stupid, okay?
It is argued that leftist groups must vote for Biden or else you're supporting fascism. And that is because liberal Democrats can only identify a spectrum within the bounds of these rules of the nation state. If you are arguing for something outside of this conceptualization, you are therefore a threat to it. Hey, quick editing Jesse update here. So obviously I have been working on this video for months, and as a result, a lot of my specific criticisms throughout this essay are focused on the Biden administration and its policy towards Israel since October 7th, 2023. But, as I'm sure you all know, President Biden recently dropped out of the presidential race due to factors beyond Israel. Frankly, it's kind of frustrating that his policy in Israel these past few months to a year wasn't the main reason for his dropout and more due to the visible political gaffes that may have been indicative of a potentially more significant and still concerning mental acuity problem. But Regardless, I do believe that him dropping out is overall a really good thing. I think that Kamala Harris, who as of this recording is poised to take the Democratic nomination, is a much better candidate generally. And not just against Trump, but on her own terms. And since Biden stepped down, I can just sense a general change in energy and enthusiasm from everybody in my circles, whether they be capital L liberals or far leftists alike. And this has just been a couple days since Biden dropped out as of this recording. And I think that this energy is deeply, deeply needed and necessary because if you're anything like me, you have been exhausted and worn out from the past few months. It has frankly just been a lot emotionally to deal with. The existential fear, the constant news of Palestine, Israel, and even beyond that, and just living in this country in the United States, and just hearing about the world overall, it's just been really rough. So I'm so glad that we have this energy and that there is some hope in the form of Kamala being a better candidate against Trump and what he represents. That being said though, while the specific critiques of Biden throughout this video are going to be feeling like they're somewhat less directly relevant to the ongoing election at this point, the overall point that they are going to be getting to is still extremely relevant. Biden's policy on Israel these past few months is not some new shift in US direction, but an extension of decades of US policy towards Israel and the Middle East generally. And Kamala, while having slightly more direct ceasefire messaging towards Israel, she still made statements in support of the war and also given similarly couched, if not more direct statements on the pro-Palestinian protests. Even beyond Israel, though, it's important to recognize that Harris, under the Biden administration, helped to continue and extend many Trump-era immigration policies, and even before becoming VP, despite attempting to frame her time as California's Attorney General as progressive, she continually fought criminal justice reforms in her state. She also, throughout her career, helped to push legislation that would harm minority groups, especially disproportionately low-income people of color, and that's just some of many issues with her. To be very clear, Kamala is better than Biden, both generally and even in some ways in Israeli policy, but she still represents the establishment mentality on the state of Israel and overall. So the examples that I use about Biden throughout this video still stand because, as I connect throughout the video, they represent the US government's ongoing systemic solicitation of engaging with Israel on solely binary terms set by the state itself. And these are terms that Kamala has played into and likely still will during her own potential administration. So I just wanted to make that point overall because shifting this entire video to use more examples from Kamala is something I could do, but it would take me at least another few weeks and I don't have that energy, nor do I think it would be helpful given where we're at in this current state in this election, nor would it even change the overall message of this video. As always, just to end this little sidetrack, please vote if you're able and safe to do so because having Kamala over Trump is a far superior option, but to my mind, at least as I'll explain in this video, voting is harm reduction. Often harm reduction for the more privileged few who are less directly targeted by US state violence within and outside of its borders. And as a result, voting should never be the end of your political engagement, but just an essential beginning. The system will not ever willingly change, but simply provide enticements in one binary direction or another on its own terms. True change comes from collective community involvement to create new mutual ties of connection and solidarity and fighting back against the state beyond our interactions on its own terms. And with that said, back to the video. In reality, however, it is undoubtedly true that the Biden administration is indeed a safer outcome for many. I, for one, as a white trans woman of certain economic privilege, am far safer under the Biden administration than I would be with 4 more years of Trump. But for many, the distinction between Trump or the Biden administration doesn't really represent an appreciable difference. The Biden administration has continued and extended many of the Trump-era Mexican border policies, for example.
Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border.
Much like how racist reaction to President Obama's tenure led to the growing sentiment of aggrievement that helped to usher in Donald Trump, we see anti-trans and other bigoted sentiments towards Biden's nominally more positive support of marginalized communities, and that's because our political system incentivizes increasingly polarized reactions to sentiments layered in the foundations of white supremacist societies on these two poles. Further still, Biden, despite continually doing the political equivalent of finger-wagging at Israel, has continually financially, rhetorically, politically, and materially, with literal weapons, supported Israel's actions in Gaza, while doing nothing to combat the perception of those protesting Israel's actions as inherently anti-Semitic, and in many ways seeming to give credence to the characterizations.
There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students.
The systems of imperial control try to work to include some members of marginalized communities in order to elicit loyalty from them, such as how we see being used with the current wedge issue of trans rights in the United States, with trans people being used to contrast the two sides, leading to particular white liberal trans people of certain economic privilege arguing that we need to support Biden and Zionism no matter what, or else we'll lose access to transgender healthcare, or that we should place assimilation within the United States as our goal as trans people, even though trans healthcare has historically always been taken from lower class and racialized transgender people who did not have access to it. These appeals to white privilege within the trans community are enticements meant to engage the trans community in upholding the system's status quo, with fascism functioning as the stick to the carrot of assimilation being proffered to trans people. A dynamic that I've been seeing playing out a lot within white LGBTQ spaces that I hope to do a video on in the coming months. And oh boy, that one will certainly be spicy. The reason that I go on this sidetrack into the United States politics is that we can see this same dynamic being played out within Israel under the auspices of Zionist belief. You'll see many Israeli citizens and many Zionists argue that they hate President Netanyahu's policies, both in Israel and towards Palestinians in and outside of the country, but still say that they believe in the Zionist cause overall.
We have to replace the government. This is our only way to get them back and to get Israel back, the country that we love so much. We have to keep on fighting. We have to keep the protests going until we get Israel back.
Often voting for other political groups within Israel that still identify themselves as Zionist but oppositional to Netanyahu's fascism. This is also why you see many Palestinians who live within Israel who deeply oppose Netanyahu specifically are also typically absent from Israeli protests against the government's right-wing because they see it as an effort to maintain the status quo within Israel under Zionism rather than a movement that actually attempts to address the social change and racism that they face every day as Palestinians regardless of who is in charge of the Israeli government. This is also the same bait and switch that Zionism itself offered from its inception to Jewish people generally. It said that Jewish people faced discrimination everywhere else, and that the only way for Jewish people to seek self-determination was through the creation of a Jewish ethno-state. Just like how places like the United States and Britain were not inevitable, so too was the state of Israel not inevitable, despite all of these nations' propagandistic efforts to seem like they are a natural outgrowth of the predestination of human progress towards a nationalistic self-determination. They argue that the oppression and settler colonial attitudes that they have towards people within and outside of their borders, in the case of Israel towards the Palestinian people, were the only ways for those people within the nation states to achieve their safety and self-determination. Again, in Israel's case, with Jewish people generally. This Zionist appeal was constantly supported by numerous Western powers at different times who sought to divest themselves of Jewish people within their countries to inform their own version of an ethno-state. These Western powers also used Zionism, which they saw as a reflection of their own ideological beliefs, to gain a foothold within the Middle East, a region that they desired to have a control over and exploit. We saw with the British in the 1920s, the USSR in the United States in the late 1940s, and all the way until today with the United States' decades-long ties to Israel. You hear it echoed in President Biden's words decades ago.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest.
And you can still hear it in his words today.
The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied. And we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest.
We also see this core belief at the heart of Zionism that Jews need in Israel to be safe being stoked by Biden himself.
Were there no Israel, there wouldn't be a Jew in the world who was safe.
Yet Biden is still framed as the safer, friendlier alternative to fascism under Trump, whose election team recently shared a video mentioning the creation of a Fourth Reich, which is terrifying in its own terms for any United States citizen, but also comes intensely charged for any Jewish person hearing that. This even more so increases the sense that America is not safe for Jewish people. Yet, there's no doubt that if elected, Trump would almost certainly increase aid to Israel, given his consistent pro-Israeli stances and vocal support of using state violence to crack down upon pro-Palestinian movements in the United States itself.
You see that video of raging lunatics and Hamas sympathizers at Columbia and other colleges. No, but when you look at it, I say, where did these people come from?
Both Democrats and Republicans, to varying degrees, present Israel as the only safe option for Jewish people and motivate the appeal of its existence in its current form, which requires Palestinian oppression from its inception to Jewish people worldwide. While Republicans are certainly much worse, both uphold this status quo. We also see how the United States uses Israel's militaristic society built on a mindset of constant warfare to help bring that same militarism to further state power in the United States, such as how US police groups such as the NYPD train with Israeli forces and adopt their technology, and even have an office in Israel. There's this great book too of the ways that technology in Israel that was used to develop to oppress the Palestinian people is being brought to the United States. We also see Cop City in Atlanta bringing the same IDF forces to America to train police officers to then use the same tactics currently being used against Palestinians in Gaza on American streets, particularly against the racialized groups in our own country that have a long history of being direct victims of colonization like Black and Indigenous American folks. Even the tactics of propaganda used to elicit support for their actions are the same, such as how the NYPD claimed that protesting pro-Palestinian Columbia students were terrorists because they found a bike chain and a book that they claimed was a manual for terrorism, when in fact it was simply an academic textbook on terrorism that many students have. These propaganda efforts are similar to how the IDF claims Palestinian civilians were complicit with Hamas by finding, or placing, random items that they claim are terror-related. All this goes to show that Zionism in many ways is not unique, but simply an outgrowth of and an extension of European nationalism, colonialism, imperialism, and modern nation-states. Zionism, like many other colonial countries, has also worked to commit ecocide. The Israeli government has characterized the land as barren and needing to be worked.
It was real people with real ambition who transformed this land from the desert into an agricultural dreamland, like the one we're standing in right now. And when you think about the miracle of the transformation, the depth of that transformation, you realize what a unique characteristic those people truly had.
But Palestinians had farmed the area for centuries for olives and food. Without respect for the land itself, Israel has destroyed much of the Palestinian farmland and turned it into civilian or military encampments, or caused desertification of the area to bring water to areas more valued by Israel, leaving many Palestinians without water of their own. And I would highly recommend this video by John the Duncan on this topic. And it's again important to reiterate that this was not an inevitability. There are other ways that Jewish people could have self-determined, even ones that have basis in history. Before the formation of the Zionist movement, many Sephardic Jews lived in relative cooperation with Palestinians in the region. There were also Jewish-led movements contemporary to the formation of Zionism that argued for a differing version of Jewish identity, such as the Jewish Labor Bund within the Russian Empire, which argued that Jewish people had rights to self-determine and safety wherever they existed. The Bund argued that the key to achieving this self-determination was through solidarity with other working-class folks of other identities around them in opposition to the upper-class owners of the means of production, including upper-class Jewish people. While it certainly was a movement with its own many issues, Stalinist and Nazi oppression mainly destroyed the Bunds. Territorialism was also another nationalist movement that sought a Jewish homeland worldwide that was separate from the ideology of Zionism. And this is not me trying to idealize history. While there have always been moments of harmony between Palestinian and Jewish people within Palestine, there are also moments of tension and even violence utterly separate from the history and development of Zionism. What I am trying to say, though, however, is that there were ideological movements contemporary to Zionism that presented more egalitarian, or at the very least non-oppositional, views on Palestinian and Jewish coexistence. Zionism also places Jewish identity centralized in identification with Israel at odds with Palestinians. Like how many bigotries within European nations serve a function for the state power, Islamophobia serves a function for Israel as well as Western imperialism. Within both Israel and the United States, as well as many Western countries, there was a constant bombardment of the idea that Palestinians, and Islamic people generally, are simply barbaric terrorists with a single background out to destroy Western liberal democracy with bombs and planes cartoonishly. But this ignores the different cultures, art, and history of the numerous Islamic groups that exist. It ignores often that these terrorists are just those fighting back against the imperial oppression. And this Islamophobia in colonizing countries attempts to erase these countries' complicity in creating these situations in the first place. This Islamophobic view of an inherently uncivilized barbaric people is used to justify constant intervention, exploitation, and expansion into the Middle Eastern region. The United States has used this throughout history. The War on Terror, for example, started in my childhood and was instigated on claims of fighting terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and promised to civilize people by bringing Western values of equality like feminism to the people, which If you look at Afghanistan now, it is far from what we actually did. All we did was just murder a bunch of the people there, cause political chaos, and galvanize the fundamentalist right-wing movements within the country, that then continue their own forms of oppression against women and other groups. In Israel, much the same Islamophobic propaganda is occurring. Under this propaganda, all Palestinians are just terrorists bent on murdering not only Israeli Jewish people, but all Jewish people throughout the Western world. And as a result, Jewish people shouldn't bother themselves with caring about their lives. The Palestinians voted for Hamas, therefore they're complicit in all of Hamas's actions and should be punished ubiquitously as a result. Never mind the fact that many Palestinians haven't been able to vote since 2007, nor the fact that one's government does not justify violence against someone. If that were the case, oh boy, have I got some things to tell you Americans in the audience. But this Islamophobic viewpoint, both in Israel, the United States, and the Western world, constantly asks us to view the existence of one group on a binary plane, as if the survival of one is dependent upon the destruction of the other. Oppression is the way of the world. And this is because states are built upon creating hierarchical dynamics both within and outside their direct control based on how they racialize people within them. Speaking of Hamas, there is a lot to be said about Hamas's beliefs, actions, and statements. They are a fundamentalist religious far-right organization whose leaders have espoused genocidal rhetoric towards Jewish people, and I think it's understandable if any Jewish person who sees that racist rhetoric towards Jewish people, as well as the horrific violence towards civilian Jewish and Israeli people by Hamas, to be reminded of the Holocaust or the centuries of violence towards Jewish people. It is understandable to be angry, afraid, worried, terrified, and feel a desire to make yourself safe from that violence that mirrors the words and actions of centuries of violent despots murdering and persecuting Jewish people for their own power. But this is the intention of Israel under a Zionist belief when it comes to Hamas. It creates the us versus them narrative. By placing Hamas as the current enemy of Israel, it allows the Israeli government to frame its violence as self-defense.
היום לא נראה בישראל, ואני אדאג שזה לא יקרה יותר. הממשלה כולה מתייצבת מאחורי ההחלטה הזאת. צה"ל יפעיל מיד את כל עוצמתו כדי להשמיד את יכולות חמאס. נכה בהם עד חורמה, וננקום בעוצמה על היום השחור הזה שהם עוללו למדינת ישראל ולאזרחיה.
But in actuality, does Hamas have the actual institutional power to enact its genocidal rhetoric? No. It doesn't make their rhetoric okay, but it's Israel who has the military and structural power to enact genocidal violence against Palestinians, which it uses Hamas's violence in order to justify. We can see this by the fact that the Hamas war is actually a misnomer, given that the October 7, 2003 attack was carried out not just by Hamas, but by numerous Palestinian organizations, such as Lion's Den, Saraya al-Qaeda, PIJ, and more, many of which don't share the religious fundamentalist and violent rhetoric towards Jewish people in their conceptualizations as Hamas does. Yet they are all erased in that attack to focus on Hamas itself as the sole enemy, the dehumanized evil that must be destroyed for its supposed genocidal capability and intent towards the Jewish people. This all plays into Islamophobic stereotypes. There were hopes for a more peaceful direction for Israel and Palestine before the rise of Hamas. Events like the Oslo Accords were argued to be a movement towards peace, but were still heavily weighted in Israel's favor. But Hamas plays a greater function for Israel, the state, and its government, allowing the state to continue the narrative foundational to its structure. As Prime Minister Netanyahu himself is the current evolution of the fascistic militaristic side of Zionism, the adversarial aspect of Israel's narratives has helped to propel his political power. Knowing this, Netanyahu for years has propped up Hamas as the voice of the Palestinian people while directly ignoring the Palestinian Authority and its president Abbas in the West Bank, encouraging a separation of the two groups to prevent a nationalist sentiment and a desire for a future unified Palestinian state. We could also go back further in history to find that Israeli officials helped to finance a Palestinian fundamentalist Islamic movement as a counterweight to leftist and secular Palestinian groups like the PLO and Fatah Party. Even Fatah leader Yasser Arafat called Hamas, quote, a creature of Israel, and former Israeli religious affairs official Avner Cohen said,
Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation,
and had warned Israel not to back Palestinian fundamentalists in a divide-and-conquer tactic.
Hamas, for its part, is alleged to have emerged out of the Israeli-financed Islamist movement in Gaza, with Israel's then military governor in that territory, Brigadier General Yitzhak Segiv, disclosing in 1981 that he had been given a budget for funding Palestinian Islamists to counter the rising power of Palestinian secularists. Hamas, a spin-off of the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, was formally established with Israel's support soon after the first Intifada flared in 1987 as an uprising against the Israeli occupation of Palestinian lands. Israel's objective was twofold: to split the nationalist Palestinian movement led by Arafat and, more fundamentally, to thwart the implementation of the two-state solution for resolving the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict. By aiding the rise of an Islamist group whose charter rejected recognizing the Israeli state, Israel sought to undermine the idea of a two-state solution, including curbing Western support for an independent Palestinian homeland.
Now, to be very clear on this is not to blame Israeli civilians or Israeli people for Hamas or the violence and rhetoric that Hamas has targeted against Jewish people and Israeli people generally, but to point out how Hamas, as an extremist organization, is used to justify the settler colonial project of Israel. Hamas provides the perfect counterbalanced villain in the narrative of Israel as a bastion of Jewish self-determination that plays upon Islamophobia and simplistic understandings of anti-Semitism to build empathy for its political partners, especially in the imperial core.
A powerful and enduring bond between the United States and Israel is key to our nation's strategy and our security,
as well as elicit support for their genocide of Palestinians in Gaza within Israel itself. It is essential to understand this dynamic, not as an outgrowth of individual political figures such as Netanyahu, but instead the result of systemic pressures foundational to Israel's structure that incentivize people like Netanyahu to stoke and promote adversarial narratives like the one Hamas provides them. And this ideological structure is provided by the foundational beliefs of Zionism that created Israel. Indeed, this is shown by the very fact that in recent days, as of this writing, a Hamas-approved settlement that would release the October 7, 2023 hostages has been turned down by Netanyahu and his administration as it seeks to continue the war. It shows that this battle in Gaza was never really about the events of October 7th, but were just an instigator to do what Netanyahu's administration has been seeking to do for years, to push into, take control of, and remove Palestinians from Gaza, as we are very clearly seeing within Rafah today. Yet, when we discuss Zionism as an outgrowth, an extension, and reflection of European colonialism, Israel and Zionist beliefs argue that this is simply hypocrisy.
The Zionist version of justice said to Western powers, if you could establish your empires and your settler colonial nations through ethnic cleansing, massacres, and land theft, then it is discrimination to say we cannot. If you cleared your land of its indigenous inhabitants or did so in your colonies, then it is anti-Semitic to say that we cannot. It was as if the quest for equality was being reframed not as the right to be from discrimination, but as the right to discriminate. Colonialism is framed as reparation for genocide.
Ah yes, the two wrongs make a right argument. Always a good basis for an argument. But there is a kernel of truth in that. It's a call out of the hypocrisy core to the fact that many Western nations, such as Britain and the United States, have all engaged in the same colonial actions as Israel, often on a significantly larger scale. It does not mean, though, that Israel's actions themselves are okay. Zionism also places Jewish identity centralized in identification with Israel at odds with Palestinians.
The ultimate success of the Zionist project, as hardline Zionists defined it, depended in large measure on the replacement of Palestine by Israel. For them, if Palestine existed, Israel could not. Israel was, in consequence, obliged to focus its powerful propaganda machine on a new target while still having to counter the efforts of the Arab states. From the Zionist vantage point, the name Palestine and the very existence of the Palestinians constituted a mortal threat to Israel. The task was to connect these terms indelibly, if they were mentioned at all, with terrorism and hatred rather than with a forgotten but just cause. This theme was the core of a remarkably successful public relations offensive for many years, especially in the United States.
So this is what political Zionism is, as an ideology. It is overly simplistic to call it simply fascism, as that somewhat actually limits our understanding of what Zionism is on an ideological level, and what it's attempting to do and argue, and its larger project and connection and relationship to larger colonial projects. To simply say that Zionism is akin to fascism denies our ability to look at our complicity both within Zionism itself as well as larger colonial efforts around the world historically done by the United States and other Western powers. However, what is unique about Zionism as distinct from other European colonialist ideologies is its appeal to both the idea of colonizer and refugee. So now we understand Zionism as a political ideology. Yet, does that fully explain the reactions and discussions around Zionism that we see today? If Zionism truly is just an ideology based in colonialist mentality, why do we see Zionism so emotionally charged, especially when it comes to its relationship to Judaism? While Zionism and Judaism are most certainly not the same thing, why is Israel so clearly able to conflate the two? And to get to the root answers of all those questions, especially for someone like me as a Gentile, we need to understand Zionism on an emotional level. Zionism, as we've discussed, was not always the driving force for Jews in Palestine. While Zionist leaders certainly worked to lobby and influence policy around Palestine and eventually the state of Israel, they were not all-powerful, mystical Jews working behind the scenes to create a settler colonial state that oppressed Palestinians and built a Jewish race. To argue so falls into potential anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. As history shows, the growth of the Jewish population in Palestine and the eventual formation of the Israeli state based on Zionist ideology was not the product solely of Zionism or Zionist leaders. Many Jewish people came to Palestine fleeing persecution. Many came in hope of better prospects. Many came due to numerous situations outside of their control, being pushed out by governments who did not want them, the racism that they faced, or family members telling them to come. Not every single Jew, both then and today, that came to Israel or live in Israel is a die-hard, hardline Zionist or a member of the larger movement. Instead, Zionism grew because its emotional appeal matched the structural, institutional, and individual incentives placed before Jewish people and those invested in the Jewish state as an idea. As scholar Derek Penzlar argued, it is perhaps best to look at Zionism through this emotional appeal.
The energy propelling the Zionist project comes from a series of emotional states, bundles of feelings whose elements vary in volume, intensity, and durability across space and time. Emotion lies at the heart of nationalism, whose narrative of eternal community offers, if not a cure, then at least a tonic to allay the fear of death. The idea that one belongs to a certain nation and that others do not draws social boundaries that provide people with a sense of ontological security and a rooted, stable identity, even while living in a condition of personal insecurity. Nationalism is an extension of modern concepts of romantic love that joins humans into long-lasting pair bonds and makes possible the continuation of species. And that Zionism often presents itself as epitomizing the rabbinic concept of ahavat Yisrael, love of Jewish people. Understanding Zionism in terms of emotion explains why a word originally associated with territorial aspiration survives almost 75 years after Israel's creation. For Jews who choose to identify as Zionists, Zionism connotes liberation and redemption. The word perpetuates venerable Jewish self-conceptions of uniqueness and vulnerability while striving for collective security and integration into the community of nations. It is also a signifier of potent feelings that vary enormously depending on who employs the word and how it is used. An affirmation of Zionism and self-identification as a Zionist can be an expression of love of the Jewish homeland and hope for its future, or of ethnic pride and collective Jewish security. Feelings of fear for Israel's survival or hatred of Israel's enemies serve to intensify that solidarity. For some Jews, Zionism is a source of profound discomfort, and Jews who reject it are no less passionate than those who embrace it.
By its very nature, Zionism is making an emotional argument, an argument to people who have faced centuries of violence, for whom emotions have played a major part in keeping their cultural identity together despite so much adversity. So as Zionist leaders' successes mounted politically, alongside their work to propagandize the creation of an idealized nationalistic Jewish identity, an identity that extended even beyond Israel itself, and one that aimed to hide the violence at the core of Zionist colonialist beliefs, it's no wonder that Zionism has had such a vast influence and become a passionate subject for all Jewish people, Zionist or not, Israeli or not. While Zionism itself is a colonialist ideology, it has, at times, genuinely served the needs of an increasingly abandoned and betrayed Jewish people who had no other options afforded to them. For many Jews, the Holocaust serves as the ultimate justification for the need for a Jewish state that solely exists to protect Jews and no one else, with zero incentive to help anyone else but the Jewish people, lest Jewish people have the potential to be relegated to secondary and be left with no options within the state's apparatus that does not center them. This is an all-or-nothing mentality, one which Zionism itself presents as the only option, but it's also one that Jewish people have felt rightfully justified in feeling due to their treatment by European nations and similar nations for centuries. Further, we have seen how Zionism has attempted to propagandize itself emotionally. In America, for example, after the formation of Israel, Zionist leaders' efforts to engender sympathy for the creation of a Jewish state shifted to attempts to build adoration for said state, trying to build a sense of Jews feeling empowered by Israel's very existence. As Israel itself continued to grow and build more power within the Middle East, Israel worked to try to engender Jewish people around the world into feeling that they had some form of investment, sometimes quite literal investment, into Israel's growth. For example, Israel bonds were bonds that were issued by Israel to encourage the diaspora Jewry to help bolster the fledgling Israel's economic resources, and help foster a sense of engagement and participation in Israeli life, even if Jewish people weren't living in Israel. Israel was written about in newspapers and articles in every single synagogue. Israeli art was popular throughout much of American life, especially within Jewish communities. But what's important to understand is that Israel did not become a central part, or at least a central discussion in Jewish life, until the 1967 Six-Day War.
The 1967 war, however, elicited a flood of American Jewish support for Israel unseen since 1948. Although the great danger to Israel, Egypt's Air Force, was destroyed in the first hours of the war, and the war itself was over in 6 days, the sense of crisis did not fade. The American Jewish community will never be the same. A new chapter has now been opened in the history of American Jewry. No longer can one now say with certainty that the interest of American Jews in things Jewish is declining. Suddenly, masses of Jews, young and old, who never before thought much of their Jewishness, stood up to be counted during the days when Israel was in a fight for its existence. Many of these self-discovered Jews will respond from now on after having been awakened by Israel's Six-Day War, which shook them and shook the world. Jewish activists from the 1970s recalled their youthful experiences in Israel after 1967. Over and over again, they referred to falling in love with Israel and the Hebrew language. John Ruskay, peace activist, recalled, "Israel represented for me, I was a teenager, every idealistic impulse and vision I had. It was beautiful. It was sort of more egalitarian, or so it appeared. American Jewish life was superficial and boring, but Israel was kind of socialist, democratic, diverse, sexy. The land had been recreated. I was becoming more aware of the Holocaust. This was but a moment after the Holocaust. Kibbutzim. It was glorious. Life in Israel was challenging, but precisely for that reason, it was idealized as more authentic, altruistic, and meaningful." After 1967, Israel assumed a great role in American Jewish public life, education, and popular culture.
After this time, Israel and Zionist groups within America worked to continually propagandize Israel, with things such as the birthright trips, which give free trips to Israel to Jewish youth around the world as part of a seeming heritage movement. Yet these birthright trips are often used to propagandize Israel's meaningful place within a Jewish identity.
Thousands of young Jews from more than 60 countries prepare to participate in the Tag-Lead Birthright program. Since 1999, Birthright has brought 340,000 young Jews to Israel on free 10-day trips. We are non-Israeli Jews who oppose the program because it promotes and supports Israel's ongoing colonialism and apartheid policies and marginalizes Jewish experiences in the diaspora. We are calling for the end of the Birthright program and encourage individuals to boycott the trips. Birthright was created in response to concerns over increasing rates of intermarriage, the perceived crisis of continuity, and the weakening of Jewish communal ties. Over the course of the last decade, the program has worked to create and maintain a commitment to Zionism and Israel on the part of non-Israeli Jews. Birthright, in particular, as a part of the Zionist project, relies on the belief that non-Israeli Jews are national citizens in waiting, a reality from which Palestinian refugees are forever excluded. We would have no birthright without Israeli occupation and apartheid. It is how Zionism sustains the myth of a land without a people for a people without a land.
As Israel has worked over decades to conflate Zionism and Judaism, for many Jewish people, Israel has become an integral part of Jewish life. Less so for the state of Israel itself, and more for its place as a symbol of Jewish survival and thriving after the Holocaust, as well as a place to attach themselves through and feel a sense of solidarity to other Jews in the diaspora in. These feelings of solidarity and compassion also mix with guilt, shame, and fear caused by peer pressure, as social exclusion can happen if one does not support Israel within Jewish communities. A 2020 Pew Research study that 45% of American Jews see caring about Israel as an essential part of Jewish life, with an additional 37% rating it as still important, if not essential. Now, this does not mean that this has to be a positive caring or a direct personal investment in Israel, as the same study found that there were numerous varying positive, negative, and neutral opinions on Israel within Jewish communities and Jewish people. What this means then is that Zionism is something that many Jewish people consider to be an integral or at least a very important part of a Jewish identity, whether or not they approve or agree with the idea of the state of Israel in the first place.
Zionism belongs to two opposite histories at one and the same time. On the one side, it saw itself as a movement for self-determination by or on behalf of the Jews, the inside-outsiders of Europe, a people with a long history of persecution. On the other hand, it was itself a part of European expansion into non-European territory. Zionism spoke the language of colonization, but for the sake of emancipation, not empire. Seen from that side, Zionism historically was a flight from Europe, not an extension of the European homeland. But seen from the other side, the Jews who came as settlers were Europeans by any other name. And they were. They were both. They were Jewish as distinct from European, and European as distinct from Arab.
So here we have to understand Zionism as a duality, as something containing both racist and anti-racist impulses within the individuals who believe it and the communities that help hold it up. While Zionism in its political form and conception is colonialist, it has not always meant colonialization to many of the people who believed in it. Some may have grown up learning that Israel symbolizes hope for a people who rarely had any throughout centuries. Opposing Israel as a Jewish person can possibly leave you ostracized from your family or religious center of identity. And this is perhaps one of the hardest things for me to grasp as a Gentile as I research this. This is not me approving or condemning this emotional feeling, but trying to understand. It is crucial and essential not to conflate Israel, Zionism, and Judaism as all the same thing, but they are also intertwined emotionally and personally for many Jewish people and groups, so much so that it is hard to untie them from each other. Furthermore, many Jewish people and groups have ties to Israel in some form or another, be it familial or financial or something else, sought after or not, that does not tie into Zionism as a political ideology. And even further, there is a spiritual and religious context that connects many Jewish people to Israel the place, not necessarily the state, as many Jews worry about losing access to holy sites such as the Dome of the Rock, which was built on top of a Jewish holy site, as well as the Kotel and other sacred spots that have a place in Jewish history well before the formation of Israel or Zionism came to be. Now, as some people will point out, and rightfully so, these locations also have an important religious connotation to many Muslim groups, particularly for Palestinians. And it's why the fact that the state of Israel is an ethno-state that excludes Palestinians from being able to access these important cultural sites beyond all the other stuff that it does to Palestinians is also a problem at the core of Zionism. But it also doesn't negate the fact that many Jewish people consider this an important part of their heritage beyond the political ideology of Israel itself, and certainly have an understanding of what it feels like to not be able to access these sites for centuries due to their own discrimination. This is why Zionism is so palpable as an emotional appeal, because it roots itself in both fear and hope, emotions that are particularly galvanizing in oppressed groups. Fear of facing continued oppression, and hope that you can create something new. Zionism offered both of these emotions, and thus provided its ongoing salience and pervasiveness for its enactment into reality, regardless of its inherent oppressive requirements against the Palestinians that did not let Palestinians access these emotions or sense of feeling of solidarity or place as well. Political ideologies and things like nation states don't actually exist, but are made real in human society by our performance of it. And Zionism, through its emotions, proves to be a potent galvanizer for Jewish people to enact it into real life, whether they are for it or against it, whether they understand the colonialist impulses of it or wish to fully buy into it. What many people fail to understand when they talk about fighting against Zionism and the oppressive nature of Zionism and the way that Zionism is hurting and killing Palestinians is that Zionism does not ask Jewish people to hate Palestinians overtly, but instead ask them to love Judaism, whatever form of Judaism is emotionally relevant to them, even as Zionism works to conflate itself with Judaism generally and its specific understanding of what Judaism is.
It's not that I believe that Zionism absolutely has to be a part of Judaism, but in my world, the two things cannot be divorced. My entire Jewish identity is deeply entangled in the Jewish state. I'm afraid that any attempt to separate the two would leave me hollow and confused. I think a lot of us are at a crossroads because when it comes to the Jewish state, we want a flawless and passionate marriage or a complete divorce. But if you ask me, we can talk about racism and occupation and still hold close a connection to Zionism as we see it. Because for me, this marriage with Israel, it's sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes painful, and sometimes uplifting. And a non-Zionist congregation won't be able to provide any of the material counsel that his followers and I need.
All of this is not to dissuade us of the understanding of the problems of Zionism, but to make us understand Zionism as an ideological, not a concrete force. While Zionism at its core is a colonial ideology that is attempting to enact a colonial project, it must also be understood as part of many people's identities beyond simply its colonial enterprise. Take a look at the United States, for example. I personally am no fan of the United States and find it to be a horrible colonial enterprise that has done all the things that I have talked about Zionism doing and discussed the United States and other European powers in the last section doing. And I do believe that the United States as it exists today is not something that can ever really be completely reformed from within the system itself. Even as I, as an anarchist, don't necessarily advocate for a violent revolution, not right now at the very least, but for more incremental changes from within and changing the structure when moving outwards from there. And the reason I believe in that specifically is because I also understand that the United States as an ideal has been a very potent one for people throughout centuries. It has brought people together, even people that the United States itself are oppressing, who still believe in the ideas that the United States expressly espouses, even if it doesn't live up to it. And so certainly I do believe the United States as it currently stands cannot continue to stand as it is, and I certainly am not someone to necessarily believe that we can change the system from the inside. But I am someone who understands that to try to discuss this with people who have so bought in their identity as Americans, we need to be more understanding of what they are actually emotionally feeling about America. This is something that many people don't understand when they talk to many right-wing conservatives who support Trump. That what they're really basing their identity on is this sense of being American. And that sense of America is exclusionary to non-white folks. But these people aren't seeing it as a hatred of other people, but a love of being American. So, as with the white supremacist institutions in the United States, it is incumbent upon us who wish to fight back against its structures and institutions to understand our place within it. And this also means that we also need to understand, and I'm speaking to my white peers here, that we are both beneficiaries and victims of said structures, especially me being a white queer trans person. We need to fight back against the individuals who uphold these institutions, but also realize that those individuals are not the actual target, and that tons of people enforce these institutions and act them out both directly and passively. And it is our job to try to change their consciousness by presenting a different way of seeing and thinking about the world. This is much the same way with Zionism, but it is even more palpable than even the United States in some senses, given that Judaism itself has a long history of building an identity in diaspora, one that Zionism is saying that they can bring together and coalesce and give hope and meaning to, especially after something so traumatic and horrifying as the Holocaust. As a result, Zionism has many differing definitions to each person who thinks about it based on the emotional investments and appeals that it gives. To many Jewish people, Zionism has simply come to mean the self-determination of Jews, a symbolic hope for Jewish people to survive against oppression. So for these folks, when they hear a Gentile being anti-Zionist, to them it is an infiltration of someone into a Jewish-centric conversation in a way that rings as anti-Semitic, for it echoes the centuries-long cyclical history denying Jewish people the ability to control their own story, destiny, and identity. Take this clip from an NPR podcast where a Jewish scholar says exactly this.
I think you can absolutely be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. One of the main ways that you do that is by being Jewish. I think the problem with being anti-Zionist and being not Jewish is not even, and I think a lot of these people have noble intentions. They see what's happening in Gaza and they're rightly incensed and horrified by it all. But then you get into questions of double standards. You know, if the Palestinians have a right to national self-determination, do the Jews not have that? And if so, why not?
The question of self-determination, whether it be in the form of Israel or another Jewish state or some other way, is to many Jewish people a discussion only for Jewish people. And in many ways, they are right. Only Jewish people should really be able to be the ones to say how they seek to self-determine and identify themselves. But the problem is, as we heard in that clip just a moment ago, Zionism frames it so that Palestinian self-determination is seen at direct odds with Jewish self-determination, as if they are mutually exclusive. Why did that NPR guest assume that by talking about the problems of Zionism and arguing for Palestinian self-determination automatically means that someone must believe that Jewish people don't deserve self-determination?
But then you get into questions of double standards. You know, if the Palestinians have a right to national self-determination, do the Jews not have that? And if so, why not?
And that's because Zionism has framed itself as the only way Jewish people should think about self-determining, which, as we've already stated, is itself dependent on the oppression of the Palestinian people, and that their self-determination is incumbent upon Israel's existence. Furthermore, the use of Zionism has become a dog whistle for the word Jewish people, quite often by neo-Nazi or other anti-Semitic right-wing groups. And it's a conflation that Israel itself helps to promote, so they can also accuse anyone talking about Zionism as inherently anti-Semitic. And so for some Jewish people, the term anti-Zionist just on its face means anti-Jew to them. Yet that becomes difficult when we also understand Zionism as a colonial project literally causing the genocide of Palestinians. So to be anti-Zionist in this sense is to be oppositional to the ideology that is core to Israel's history and state structure that interlocks with the increasingly complex systems of Western imperialism and capitalism that have enabled it. Very simple concepts, right? These are two very different definitions and two different things that people are talking about, even as they are interrelated when we talk about Zionism. So here then we see the term Zionism and similarly anti-Zionism have numerous different yet increasingly conflated definitions. Definitions built on emotional and historical underpinnings that often require specific nuanced language to be able to unwrap and make sure that we are all using the terms in the same way. Language that usually does not get employed as tensions and emotions flare and systems of power work to erode clear lines of understanding and communication through misinformation and disinformation. These emotional differences also intersect with colonial narratives of binary structures of good and bad, meant to obfuscate the complex systems of power that complicate the narrative of good guy versus bad guy. Let us take, for example, the question, do you condemn Hamas? At every juncture when one discusses the current violence by Israel towards Palestinians, you will invariably encounter someone who will ask this question.
I have a quick question for you. Do you condemn Hamas?
I condemn Hamas for their genocide. You're scared, aren't you, of other Muslims?
Is there a reason, though, Sarah, that you can't specifically call out Hamas?
And of course, most reasonable people would condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th, 2023 that led to the deaths of almost 800 civilians. Even the most staunchest of supporters of Palestinians would do so. However, asking the question about do you condemn Hamas demands an answer on those terms. Do you condemn all of Hamas or not? It's a yes or no. Do you believe in the good guy or the bad guy? And how you think about whether Hamas is the good guy or bad guy depends on your context and understanding of all of the history that we've discussed, as well as your understanding and buying into the emotional appeals that Zionism or US propaganda has made.
Will you condemn Hamas? Or will you continue to be silent? Will you remain silent?
To condemn is to place a moral blame upon Hamas, an overall judgment of goodness or badness. To ask for a condemnation preys upon our understandable revulsion at said violence and rhetoric espoused by Hamas, especially violence targeted at civilians, even more so Jewish civilians, as extremist violence against Jews echoes the extremist violence that Gentiles will parallel to their more narrowed understanding of antisemitism that we have seen since the Holocaust. Without understanding the numerous systemic and institutional differences between what the German Nazis enacted against the Jewish people in the Holocaust and allowed them to do so, and what Hamas enacted against Jewish people on October 7th, in spite of all the pressures that Palestinian people have placed against them. As a white Western Gentile, for me to offer a moral judgment upon a Palestinian group using violence considering the century of settler colonial oppression that they have been dealing with, which according to the UN's Charter is justifiable for them to do, is itself a form of colonialism. This is not to say that Hamas's violence towards civilians is okay and not some form of war crime, but just to say that it is easy for me to sit here and say, if I were a Palestinian who had faced a century of oppression, I would never have voted for Hamas, I would never join Hamas, and if I were to enroll in some form of Palestinian resistance, I would work to avoid loss of life on both sides, that I would be the perfect Palestinian victim and fight back in the correct way to my view and privileged experience. Many Palestinians who join Hamas do not have that luxury. To have this view of Palestinian people ignores that many other avenues for seeking a sense of self-determination as a Palestinian are not often available to them or are violently repressed by Israel when they do seek them. Israel has worked to undermine and target non-violent anti-colonial resistance throughout its history, most recently when the IDF killed over 200 peaceful protesters and injured 10,000 more in Gaza's 2018 Great March of Return. It also ignores, as we discussed, that the fundamentalist Hamas group was propped up by Israel in opposition to the more leftist or centrist, militant and political Palestinian groups, such as the PLO. This also ignores the many religious, cultural, economic, and political pressures many Palestinians face and the limited options given to them to handle them. It's also an organization that, as we've discussed, serves Israel's narrative of a relentless enemy who will stop at nothing less than the extermination of Israel, what Jewish people around the world have come to see as a symbol of their emancipation from oppression. And whether they are the good guy or the bad guy in this binary, almost biblical-style fight depends on your context, whether you see yourself as the David or the Goliath in the story. This binary framework is part of the problem and how this system perpetuates itself in an endless cycle of violence that it argues is the only way that we can create a human civilization. So the question, do you condemn Hamas, simplifies all this complexity about what Hamas is, what Israel is, what Zionism is, all of these things, in order to give you a simple yes or no question. The question asks us to conflate Hamas and Palestinians generally, just as Zionism asks us to conflate Israel and Judaism generally. It's to say that these large structures represent the will of the people. Ideological structures, these political identities, are just the will of the people enacting what the people want, instead of structures that attempt to elicit, sometimes often violently, support for their actions in spite of what the people need. It asks us to place judgment unilaterally rather than understand. As we see, many political figures, whether they be in Israel or America, will intentionally conflate Hamas and Palestine, as well as Israel and Judaism, when asking the "do you condemn Hamas" question. And the question becomes even more frustrating to be asked as the Palestinian death toll continues to mount even months after October 7th's attacks, which is continually the event that many argue requires the condemnation of Hamas. To many Israeli civilians and Jewish people generally, Hamas is correctly described as a violent group rooted in fundamentalist anti-Semitism, a group that helped lead the most violent event against Jewish people since the Holocaust, a group that desires to destroy what many Jewish people see as the symbol of Jewish safety. And the reason ultimately that the question is framed this way as a yes or no is that if you don't answer or don't condemn, then that must mean that you are an anti-Semite based on the question's logic, as Hamas is seen at direct odds with the Jewish ability to survive and self-determine. While I regret doing so for its oversimplification, I have said before in other videos I condemn Hamas, because I was attempting to grapple with at the time and understand as a Westerner how to approach something I found so horrific, yet also trying to discuss what I saw happening to Palestinians. Yet when I did so, I was then accused by my fellow Gentile leftists of equating Hamas's actions with the actions of Israel, or contributing to the colonialism that forces the question to be asked constantly and answered rather than giving deeper context. Thus, by condemning Hamas, I was then seen as outside of leftist movements. Here we can see how this binary fight, this us versus them narrative, is used to make sure that Jewish people fall in line within its limitations and its structures. These emotions can then intertwine with propagandized colonial impulses, anger, desire for revenge, and the dehumanization of the Palestinian people, so much so that you can end up with the most extreme end of this ideology in a civilian, represented by the Israelis you see cheering on the destruction of Palestinians and the desire to immediately colonize and settle the land where they have just died.
But I do want to give you one piece of good news, that day and night, every few minutes, sometimes seconds, I can hear our IDF, our incredible army, bombing the living daylights out of Hamas. And it is giving me so much strength. You can hear, I don't know if you guys can hear now. I hope that they are showing Hamas just this much of the wrath of God, showing them that if you touch a single hair on any Jew's head, we will come and we will bomb you until we just obliterate you from the face of the earth. Hamas is such pure evil. Grateful to every single one of our troops for going to the most dangerous parts in Israel right now and fighting for us. And I can hear Hamas being pulverized, and it's the greatest sound I've ever heard in my life. All right, stay thirsty.
But while these extreme cases are deeply disturbing, we must recognize that there is a spectrum of association with Zionism that many Jewish people have that don't all represent the extreme endpoint. The goal of the question, as well as larger Zionist and Israeli propaganda, is to make Palestinian and Jewish autonomy seem antithetical to each other by wrapping them up in the ideological symbolism of Israel and Hamas. These ideologies are given emotional charges and cause us to see them as part of our identity in order to incentivize us to continually reinvest in them and say that they stand for us even though they are just political ideologies that we enact. This framing argues that Palestinians are the ideology of Hamas, and Jewish people are the ideology of Israel, just as we say things like Americans are the ideology of America and its structural colonialist violence. It is the goal of Israel's many bigotries, as well as colonial rhetoric generally, to elicit engagement along a binary set by its own terms, and ostracize and vilify anyone who does not play by its rules, putting you back into its framework of hero and villain even as you try to stand outside of it. This attempts to shut down the conversation, a distraction from the point. It's how we get people saying that leftists are just as bad as MAGA. It's a look over here when people bring up Israel's war crimes. It's trying to turn this into everything my side does is justified and everything the other side does is evil. So this is what I mean when I talk about Zionism as a political ideology and as an emotion, and how they work together to enact this genocidal ideology, and how these two things mean different things to different people in different times, and how, given the long history of anti-Semitism and the meaning that Zionism has as a symbol to Jewish people generally, whether or not they agree with Israel the state itself or Zionism's colonial ideology at its core, it still comes emotionally charged. As a result of all of this, anger is understandable. Anger and a desire to change this, to fight back, especially in the United States, as heightened racial tensions and rising fascistic and state violence is intensifying, as well as the understanding of the need for solidarity between and with racialized minorities and oppressed groups and indigenous peoples worldwide. But often when this anger centralizes in those who oppose Israel and Zionism, it creates a heightened sense of anti-Zionism, a negation rooted in justifiable anger towards everything that we have discussed. This anti-Zionism has led to intense movements and awareness and pushing back against the genocide of the Palestinian people. But the question that we have to ask ourselves is the feeling of desiring negation enough? And if not, then what does it miss in its understanding of Zionism and what we need to do to fight back against this colonial oppression? Alright, finally, after all of that, we can now, I think, talk about anti-Semitism within leftist movements. The extent and scale of anti-Semitism on the left is difficult to gauge, given how accusations of anti-Semitism on the left, as well as accusations of leftists being inherently violent, as we talked about in the intro to this video, are hurled as a way to smear leftist activists and causes to promote the upholding of the status quo, as well as to justify further escalations of violence both in Israel and within the United States and elsewhere. These accusations also serve to erode solidarity between leftist groups and Jewish people, communities, and institutions by making leftist principles generally seem in direct opposition with Judaism itself. These are all enabled by both intentional and unconscious conflation of Zionism and Judaism. As a result of these intentionally emotionally charged and politically motivated defamations, it is relatively easy to leave the discussion of leftist anti-Semitism primarily on the level of combating these bad faith attacks. Typically, the response to these large-scale propagandistic smear campaigns of leftist groups is usually met with a mixture of several responses. The first is to deny that anti-Semitism exists at all within leftist movements, or more accurately, that the group's goals are not anti-Semitic, which is typically the case. Most leftists defending themselves from these smears will point out what I did at the top of this video, that conflating criticism of Israel and Zionism with all of Judaism is itself anti-Semitic, and done to obfuscate and distract from the actual message and the violence being done by Israel against Palestinians. Often, many leftists will point to Jewish individuals and groups who are within leftist movements to underscore how Jewishness is not inherently Zionist and to critique Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic. And finally, if there is an acknowledgement of anti-Semitism, it's usually directed at specific individuals who we need to weed out from the movement and remove from leftist organizing. And all of these responses are understandable and actually necessary. We absolutely should point out that accusations of anti-Semitism are typically done by the powerful used to intentionally smear leftist movements who are threatening their power. We should also acknowledge our Jewish comrades working to push back against Israeli policy and Zionism. Yet these responses don't recognize the whole picture and can create some issues of their own if done in isolation. As these false accusations of anti-Semitism make it challenging to accurately measure the extent of anti-Semitism on the left, it is perhaps much better to then educate how anti-Semitism can form within leftist rhetoric. By either denying that anti-Semitism exists at all, or by placing anti-Semitism as the work of individuals or specific groups that can be removed from leftist groups, it limits the ability for us to acknowledge the possibility that anti-Semitism is often much more pervasive an issue than simply overt Jewish hatred, or something that can be isolated within individuals or groups. As pointed out in our earlier discussion on the history of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism is typically not so direct, but instead works to make itself invisible and redirect anger at systems and institutions of power towards Jewish people specifically. Given this, and given the fact that leftist organizing often works to call out systems and institutions of control, it is not so surprising then that anti-Semitism can find itself inside leftist rhetoric. Anti-Semitism is sometimes called the socialism of fools by leftists for this very reason. Much of leftist discourse comes in the form of anti-capitalism, for obvious reasons. However, to discuss capitalism properly and why it's a problem, one must rigorously examine the systems of exploitation and private ownership that make up capitalism. While this is often the starting point of most leftist organizing, its general sentiments can be easily co-opted if not made specific. Take, for example, the Occupy Wall Street movement of 2008. Occupy Wall Street was typically portrayed by mainstream media, both conservative and liberal, as a failure, mainly due to its supposed lack of concrete demands and leaderless structure.
Here in the studio today is one of the leaders of Occupy Wall Street, Shelley Wexler. Shelley,
Don't take the bait.
thanks for being with us.
It's good to be here, but I am not one of the leaders of OWS. We don't have leaders.
Is that a good idea?
Not having leaders?
Yeah.
Yes, because this way everyone's sure to have a voice.
Sounds like a lot of people talking at once, but tell us in a few words what OWS is protesting.
We are protesting a variety of issues. The co-opting of the government by the rich, the lack of any prosecution for the crimes that led to the collapse of 2008, Citizens United, social inequality.
So not any particular thing.
But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the movement's goals, as Occupy Wall Street was a success in terms of many of its actual aims. Anarchist David Grieber, who was part of the organizing efforts, worked to create within the Occupy movement a demonstration of egalitarian, collective, non-hierarchical community building that could be used to resist state oppression and hierarchical thinking. The Occupy movement was built on concession decision-making that did not allow for the majority to override minority voices, but allowed for groups with overlapping interests to speak and come to a consensus on issues relevant to their interests. Yet, one of the primary ideas that came out of Occupy Wall Street that hit the mainstream discourse was the concept of the 99% versus the 1%, a slogan targeted at the structure of the few small wealthy people who hold most of the money in American society and therefore have a disproportional amount of power in our society, especially over the much larger working class. As the "We are the 99% slogan and concept disseminated to much of leftist organizing, it quickly lost its structural analysis and became more vibes, losing its potency as a specific critique. As socialist activist Daniel Randall describes,
"The 'We are the 99% slogan by itself is not a gateway to anti-Semitism. The slogan invites those who might otherwise feel alienated and atomized to express a sense of mass collectivity and echoes the string of conclusions of The Mask of Anarchy, Percy Shelley's 1819 poem about the Peterloo Massacre. Ye are many, they are few." But despite these virtues, it is nevertheless a step away from an explanation of capitalism in structural, class-based terms. And the working class, while certainly overwhelmingly the majority class, does not comprise 99% of the population. Identifying injustice as the product of the manipulative greed of an infinitesimal minority, perhaps consisting of only a tiny handful of individuals, is always dangerous terrain. The long-established presence of anti-Semitic populist ideas in political culture, with roots going back centuries, means that anti-Semitic answers to questions about the nature of social and economic power are always close at hand. The depth of this reservoir means that populist explanations about minority elites, often operating secretively to manipulate society to the detriment of the majority, are never very far from naming Jews, often specific individual Jews, as the key figures of these elites.
Some of the inheritors of the 99% rhetoric that have become successful are actually often overtly right-wing conspiracy groups. One of the most notable, for example, is Donald Trump's deep state of elite concept, certainly pulling upon the same emotional stirrers of "they are the 1%, we are the 99%, with Donald Trump even using George Soros and other Jewish figures in a 2016 campaign speech and commercial about the, quote,
"It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities."
Which is a direct co-option of socialist ideals of working class solidarity for very clear anti-Semitic ends. Yet this co-option does not have to be inherently right-wing. For example, we have the Keep Talking group in the United Kingdom, which is a conspiracy theory discussion group that holds monthly meetings in London that have held pro-Palestinian talks and critiques of Israeli colonialist policies, meant to cater to leftist groups frustrated at claims of anti-Semitism. They even had a March 2019 meeting on the topic, quote, "the loss of freedom of speech on Israel thanks to bogus anti-Semitism claim." But at these meetings, they instead spread conspiracy theories of Jews controlling the United States and the UK governments to influence pro-Israeli policy. They also spread different versions of Holocaust denialism, claiming that it wasn't as bad as Zionist claims it was because they're trying to garner sympathy. Often these groups intentionally conflate Zionists with Jews. And Keep Talking is undoubtedly not the only group that does this. We can even look all the way back at Karl Marx, who himself was of Jewish ancestry, and see his 1844 work on the Jewish question, where he blamed the Jews for much of the ills of industry as class profiteers. Something that he would later clarify as he meant more about capitalists in general, but he still seemed to talk about the innate bourgeoisie greed of Jews. And check out this excellent Philosophy Tube video for a more nuanced look on Karl Marx's specific brand of anti-Semitism. But obviously, Karl Marx's works were building upon the stereotype of a greedy, miserly Jew. Like the nationalistic sentiments of Hegel, many leftist revolutionary movements like socialism, despite their more inclusive rhetoric of the time and even today, have at times historically explicitly excluded or targeted Jewish people. Not only does this socialism of fools target Jewish people, but its nebulous and individualized nature of targeting specific Jewish people fails to build a larger class consciousness that is necessary to truly target larger scale institutional and structural problems with capitalism, and a desire to make something different and new. Instead, it asks us to fight specific individuals or Jewish institutions who we can beat and then move on from. This socialism of fools is similar to what Daniel Randall describes as an anti-imperialism of fools. As we've already spoken about, Zionism was the ideological product of its time that sought to create a colonial Jewish state at the expense of the Palestinian people, and some Zionist groups and individuals worked to advance that cause. However, there is a danger if we only understand Zionism as the sole contributor towards the creation of the State of Israel, as well as Zionism being a product of the wealthy Jewish capitalists working to build Jewish colonial projects as a vanguard of American imperialism. To understand it that way means that we can quickly turn the idea that Israel and Zionists were the heads of imperialism rather than Zionism benefiting as an ideology from numerous factors, as we've discussed. This is why I went into the entire history of Zionism, to point out how Zionism itself is something that benefited from many of the structural and systemic problems that many Jewish people faced throughout history by European powers, rather than Zionism itself being the sole reason for it. To think about it that way creates the idea of a Jewish conspiracy working behind the scenes on world affairs, which again fits quite neatly into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. The foundations for this narrative existed in places like Stalinist Russia, where after the alignment of Israel with the US, the Soviet government worked to attack and portray Israel as a vanguard of world imperialism and built upon pre-existing anti-Semitism within Russia to equate Zionists with all Jews and target the Western world from there.
The Stalinist account sought to mobilize every sort of sentiment it could plausibly appeal to under Marxist colors: anti-capitalism, anti-imperialism, anti-racism, anti-Nazism, and even opposition to anti-Semitism against the Zionists, by way of portraying the Zionists as in cahoots with, or pulling the strings of, those responsible for the evils appealed against. It was, in fact, equivalent to an updated and Marxist version of the notorious Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
But in truth, Israel is a colonial and imperialist project used by the United States, but it is by no means a globally influential figure like the United States is. This style of conspiracy wishes to portray Zionists, meaning Jews in this sense, as behind all foreign policies and influencing larger nations. To put simply, the anti-imperialism of fools denies our ability to analyze authoritarian control and makes it instead team sports. Much of Soviet-era propaganda worked to instill a sense of imperialism versus anti-imperialism, creating distinguished binary lines by which the Soviet Union could bill itself as the opposite ideological rival of the United States and the West. By then tying Marxism as the purview of only Soviets, it created an us versus them mentality that not only served Soviet Russia globally and within its state, but also the United States as well, with its witch hunts for the dirty pinko anti-American commies who need to be expunged.
If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist.
And since I know this is going to be a critique on this video, I want to be clear that I'm not trying to critique or discuss the Soviet Union through a Western propagandistic lens. Often when I have criticized the Soviet Union, I've been seen as a Western propagandist or having fallen victim to said propaganda. Take for example my video on Star Wars Andor, where I discussed the Soviet prison system and compared it to the prison system within that show. The show features a prison storyline in one arc that directly relates to the Soviet Gulag. Under Stalin, the Gulag was the agency in charge of Soviet forced labor camps. Even though later on in that same video, I also stated that the prison system of Andor was actually much more akin to the US prison system than it was to the Soviet one, and then in Andor, the totalitarian regimes referenced aren't Soviet Russia or the Nazis alone, but also the US. The prison worker system we see on Narkina 5 is about how the US often forces prisoners into the for-profit prison system. We could also even talk about how our criminal justice system also often funnels these same types of people, often people of color, back into prisons over and over again. I was accused of not understanding that the US imperialist West has done so much more harm than Soviet Russia's prison system in terms of just even sheer scale. And in doing that, I should have never raised any criticism of the Soviet Union at all, even within a show where the series creator himself directly cited Stalin, Lenin, Russian Revolution, and the Soviet Union as part of his inspiration for the show, alongside the United States and European-style fascism. The point that I was trying to make in that video is that the power of Star Wars as a series is that it engages in political iconography through semiotics to create symbolic links between different forms of authoritarian state control across different political ideologies. Be they Soviet or US, fascistic, or whatever the hell that the Soviet Union was doing that claimed that it was pure communism. But ultimately though, because this has been made into some form of team sports, any criticism of the Soviet Union and the harms that Stalin and his administration and those that followed after him did is seen as oppositionally against leftist movements by certain people out there. My Star Wars video, though, is just one relatively benign personal example that I've experienced of this, but we can see this dichotomy throughout a lot of leftist discourse, primarily online. The issue is that we need not make a discussion of the ills of imperialism a discourse of Soviet/Russian versus American ideology, but instead recognize how these two states work to bolster themselves by propagandizing ideological ideals to obfuscate their hierarchical, oppressive hegemonies that both states exerted in different ways and to varying degrees to keep control over their populace and extend their influence around the world. But often you'll sometimes find in certain leftist segments this idea that to be anti-imperialist requires an uncritical view of Russia or China or the Soviet Union and their forms of state hierarchical oppression under a Marxist framework because they challenged American hegemony. But in truth,
the key fault line in our world is not between imperialist and anti-imperialist camps, but between labor and capital within every nation and globally. Rival states and rival imperialism are not equally powerful. US capital remains largely hegemonic, but challenges to the hegemonic power by smaller powers are contention between rival ruling class forces, not the clash of competing world systems representing progress and reaction. National oppressors, where the state suppresses the national rights of an entire national group, still exist and struggle against such oppression and, therefore, embody a progressive democratic potential. But there is no campist imperialism versus anti-imperialism framework into which those oppressions can be slotted. Is Israel's oppression of the Palestinians an imperialist national oppression because Israel is backed by US imperialism, but China's policy toward the Uyghurs and Tibetans, or Russia's policy towards the Chechens, somehow anti-imperialist because China and Russia challenge US hegemony?
further, this anti-imperialism of fools interacts with the perceived whiteness of Jewish people. The view of Jews as white and as a non-minority impacts whether people accept that Jews are aligned with colonialism. Racialized minority and white tend to not go together, but colonialism and white do when oversimplified. Thus, Jews' conditional whiteness allows them to be framed within a polarized imperialism versus anti-imperialism binary, rather than the more complex interplay of race, indigeneity, refugee status, and colonizer that we've discussed. In the words of a friend of mine, the American understanding of race is not a universal constant, and the assumption that it is frankly dangerous. Colorism is not universal. Power is. The danger of this imperialism of fools is that it establishes a team sports mindset that prevents us from understanding the structures, systems, and incentives used to develop global hierarchical power built upon colonial histories, an understanding required to create something fundamentally new from them. Bringing it back to our discussion on anti-Semitism though, anti-Semitism can link up with this anti-Semitism of fools. When it does so, it specifically works to overinflate and mystify the power of Israel and Zionism in a way that builds on anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and conflates Judaism with Zionism, imperialism, and Israel. It frames Israel as the utmost evil, or at the very least coded as enemy, specifically because America supports them, simplifying the complex interweaving of history, colonialism, capitalism, persecution, etc. that we've been discussing throughout this essay. This also leads some people to assume that anybody who lives in Israel is automatically a Zionist. There have been examples of leftist groups seeking to ban Israeli Jews from events simply due to their service within the IDF, something that is required for all Israeli citizens living in Israel, regardless of whether they believe in Israel's military mission or not. To then target these Israelis for being in the IDF is just indiscriminately targeting Israeli Jews rather than checking out what they actually believe or are fighting for currently, which many Jews then experience as anti-Semitism. In truth, numerous Israeli citizens have organized anti-war protests and peace activities and have fought against other Israeli citizens who were preventing aid from entering Gaza.
We decided to form this humanitarian guard because we understand that this is a fight over the lives of innocent people in Gaza, said Alon Lee Green, the national co-director of the Jewish-Arab Peace Coalition Standing Together, a movement mobilizing Jewish and Palestinian citizens of Israel in pursuit of peace, equality, and social justice. These are people who have lost their homes and their land, people facing starvation. But it's not only about this. It's also a battle over the soul of our society, over the question of whether we can remain human in the face of fear, in the face of trauma, whether we can make sure that we choose life over death, or we choose solidarity over hatred and starvation.
This overly simplified populist socialism and anti-imperialism can appear throughout leftist rhetoric and spaces and organizing, but even more specifically, it appears in anti-Semitic forms both in groups and individuals. What all of this shows us is that anti-Semitism is not actually antithetical to leftist organizing, especially when leftist organization and rhetoric are not built upon the foundations of strong targeting of critical analysis and critique. This socialism and imperialism of fools create what author and political activist Naomi Klein describes as a sort of mirror world, where right and left-wing ideologies loop back upon each other, creating what she calls doppelgangers. People on the right wing who seem to react and speak the same exact language as leftist groups, but frame the issue as more individualistic both in terms of how we're fighting and how we fight, and tries to deny us the ability to recognize that we need to work in solidarity to actually fight capitalist structures. We can see how this mindset comes quite clearly in Alex Jones using anti-Semitic globalist conspiracy theory rhetoric.
I just want you to know, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, the globalists, Michael Moore, Lord Rothschild, the Rockefellers, all of them. Listen up. You hate everybody because you hate yourself. You're filth. You're garbage.
But we rarely recognize it when it actually appears within leftist movements.
The shift to confronting and reimagining structures something else, a recognizing that this work is not something we can do on our own as individuals with a charity donation or an equity or diversity training, or a performance of virtue on social media. Indeed, a central reason why so many of us cannot bear to look at the Shadowlands is that we live in a culture that tells us to fix massive crises on our own through self-improvement, support labor rights by ordering from a different store, end racism by battling your personal white fragility, or by representing your marginalized identity group in elite spaces, solve climate change with an electric car, transcend your ego with a meditation app. Some of it will help, a bit. But the truth is that nothing of much consequence in the face of our rigged systems can be accomplished on our own, whether by our own small selves or even by our own identity groups. Change requires collaboration and coalition, even especially uncomfortable coalition. This bias against solidarity is particularly dangerous in our present moment, as our various fascist doppelgangers grow bolder by the day. In the face of these tangible threats, fiercely defending the borders of our identities and the borders of our broader ethnic, racial, gender identity groups is serving us all poorly.
Klein here is speaking about something that I talked extensively about in my recent video discussing how anti-trans bigotry is actually part of a much larger apparatus of fascistic rhetoric. And to understand that this apparatus exists and that anti-Semitism is just one part of it requires us not to fight anti-trans hate as a single isolated silo, but as part of a more significant movement that requires us to be in solidarity with other discriminated against groups. And much the same understanding happens when it comes to anti-Semitism, but it also needs to come with an understanding that it can occur within our own movements as well. Anti-Semitic rhetoric and leftist thinking prevents not only class consciousness, but also pushes Jewish people from solidarity within leftist groups, which, as I just said, is absolutely necessary for us to have if we are going to push back against these larger systems of power. All of this goes back to our earlier discussions on the cyclicality of anti-Semitism and why it is so powerful at breaking up said solidarity. As anti-Semitism is linked to yet distinct from other forms of bigotry, it can lead to a lack of understanding how to stand in solidarity with Jewish people, or a failure for us to do so at all, or to discuss when anti-Semitism arises. As a result, some Jewish people may feel the need to step outside of leftist movements, something that is exacerbated by the smears of anti-Semitism against leftist groups, as well as the hyper-focus on individual anti-Semitic incidents rather than larger potential structural problems within leftist groups. Indeed, leftist anti-Semitism, both real and fabricated by the media, leads some Jewish people towards more reactionary rhetoric, and makes these Jewish people lean right-wing in response, something that Zionism attempts to appeal to. As Naomi Klein argued,
for Zionist believers, I'm not one of them, Jew hatred is the central rationale for why Israel must exist as a nuclear-armed fortress. Within this worldview, anti-Semitism is cast as a primordial force that cannot be weakened or confronted. The world will always turn away from us in our hour of need, Zionism tells us, just as it did during the Holocaust, which is why force alone is presented as the only conceivable response to any and all threats. The Israeli state's current murderous leveling of Gaza is the latest unspeakably horrific manifestation of this ideology, and there will be more in the coming days. The responsibility for these crimes of collective punishment rests solely with their perpetrators and their financial and military backers abroad. But we all have to figure out how to make it stop. So how do we confront this violent ideology? For one thing, we can recognize that when Israeli Jews are killed in their homes and it is celebrated by people who claim to be anti-racist and anti-fascist, that is experienced as anti-Semitism by a great many Jews. And anti-Semitism, besides being hateful, is the rocket fuel of militant Zionism.
All this being said, however, I want to be very careful because I already know a criticism that many of you out there are probably already thinking of. There is a popular political theory in current discourse known as the horseshoe theory. The idea that the far left and the far right, rather than being opposing ends of a linear spectrum, are actually closer to each other than the center in a diagram. The idea, often attributed to fiction writer Jean-Pierre Fay, goes that the supposed far left and far right actually share similar authoritarian and totalitarian tendencies stemming from their populist rhetoric. This argument also assumes that this horseshoe, in part, leads to an increase in anti-Semitism not only in right-wing spaces, but also in the left-wing, but not in more centrist, classically neoliberal positions.
Accounts of anti-Semitism on the left and the right have led scholars to ask about the shared and distinctive roots of this form of prejudice across the ideological spectrum. Do the left and right converge on an antipathy based on a faulty and inflexible generalization as Allport-defined prejudice? In popular writing, commentators debate the horseshoe theory notion that the far left and far right both have an intense dislike of the capitalist status quo, leading to shared fascistic attitudes, including out-group hatred toward Jews. By this theory, anti-Semitism emerges on the ideological poles, but not in the ideological center.
However, in truth, most studies of the horseshoe theory have proven that it is not correct, with anti-Semitism very clearly increasing the further right one goes along a linear understanding of a left-right political spectrum, with centrists tending to have more anti-Semitic viewpoints than leftists.
Some even argue that all extremists across the political left and right in fact support similar policies, in a view known as horseshoe theory. However, not only do recent studies fail to support such beliefs, they also contradict them. Van Heel also found that left-wing respondents reported significantly lower endorsement of values associated with conservation, self-enhancement, and anti-immigration attitudes compared to both moderate and right-wing activists, with individuals on the right reporting greater endorsement of such values and attitudes. Overall, Van Heel provided evidence demonstrating that Western European extremist groups are far from being homogeneous, and left and right-wing groups represent distinct ideologies.
Ultimately, the horseshoe theory plays a much greater rhetorical function than it does as, rigorous political theory. It allows a classic neoliberalist view of politics to argue that it is taking the more intellectual, compassionate, and less bigoted and more civilized viewpoint, while ignoring the systemic structures that it upholds that perpetuate actual anti-Semitism, as well as colonialism and imperialism. Thus, if you see someone, on Twitter saying things like the far left is somehow the new MAGA, or that the far left thinks Jews are all evil, or are just as bad as Nazis and Republicans, or perhaps even worse, that rhetoric is justified on this incorrect understanding and theory that argues for a centrist position that in truth allows anti-Semitism as well as colonialism to continue, such as the promotion of Israel's policies. It also allows neoliberals to portray left versus right as a spectrum to begin with, when in reality, as we will discuss, the generalized term leftist actually describes numerous disparate political movements. To neoliberals, communists and fascists are equally a danger to a neoliberal status quo, and thus painted as equally bad and similar in approach. The important thing to note here is that while we can find evidence of overt, individualized anti-Semitism within left-wing spaces, it is important to discuss how anti-Semitism presents itself as a much more systemic generalization that distracts from a more rigorous specific action that can be done within left-wing spaces. I want to be clear on this because I know a critique of this video will accuse it of playing into that horseshoe theory rhetoric. What I am trying to do is not accuse leftists of being more anti-Semitic or weed out specific anti-Semitic people, but trying to aim at how leftist organizing sometimes fails to acknowledge or even be aware of how anti-Semitism and its functions waylay more practical action, and at the same time, how this lack of understanding how anti-Semitism forms can ostracize Jewish folks from seeking solidarity within our movements and building a larger class consciousness that requires us to be in solidarity with Jewish people. One other difficulty of accurately combating anti-Semitism on the left is when we talk about the left, we're describing a spectrum of political beliefs and ideologies. Under the term leftist, there are anarchists, Marxists, socialists, and more, all with overlapping and distinct beliefs and subcategories. As we talked about just a second ago under Zionism, it's often the goal of large colonial powers to categorize all movements within a binary. Thus, these things are relegated to leftists to negate our ability to talk specifically about each of them and for us all to be equally vilified under the same term, and conflate many of these ideas and some of the more extremist, violent, or outsider views of leftist movements as the entirety of the movement. I, for example, am probably best described as an anarchist, though that's somewhat of an overgeneralization. But it generally means that I see nation-states as inherently hierarchical institutions that are antithetical to anarchist ideas of building a society based on egalitarian flat power structures, connecting varied and fluid overlapping groups of shared interest. In contrast, though, a Marxist might see the state as an instrument of political power that anyone can use, which then would enable Marxists to create a state where the working class proletariat controls the apparatuses of state power. And even that is kind of a broad generalization of both Marxism and anarchism, with both ideologies containing many subcategories and groups that overlap with each other. Marxists and anarchists are also not the only ideologies that are categorized as the left within our current political spectrum, as defined by the neoliberal hegemony. As a result, often being anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist, basically being against the current status quo of oppression, is one of the few shared commonalities the entirety of the left shares. And arguably, considering many liberals are described as the left by conservative reactionaries, it's possible that that is not even a ubiquitous belief when discussing the left. As a result, when working to build leftist coalition of action, broader sentiments focused on the negation of the status quo are used to unify disparate groups, which is where anti-Semitic ideologies can attach themselves through the lack of specific critique. This is why having a greater specific articulation of the structural understandings of the issues with capitalism and imperialism is absolutely necessary. What is also necessary is the work to raise consciousness regarding specific systems that we can present as alternatives to our present needs, such as we saw with the anarchistic framework of the Occupy Wall Street movement. And as an anarchist, I actually highly recommend my fellow YouTuber Andrewism's recent fantastic videos on why states fail humanity and how anarchism works, as great primers for anyone interested in anarchism. And there are also many great socialist and Marxist video essayists here on YouTube that I also highly encourage you to seek out if those are more what you think about ideologically. Ultimately, being anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist is essential, but it cannot be the sole end of the discussion. Framing in negation only, even when targeting structurally and specifically, does not offer us a target of how to build further, which brings us to a discussion of anti-Zionism. Anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism rhetoric works by motivating through negation, and so too does anti-Zionism. And like how anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism are essential ways that people sometimes find their ways into leftist movements, anti-Zionism is often core to creating solidarity with and actions for Palestinian liberation, both within the United States and elsewhere. As we've clearly seen, Zionism is an ideology by which oppression of the Palestinians is justified. So to understand oneself as against this ideology provides a helpful starting place. However, it is hopefully just a starting place, because to be anti-Zionist is not enough, as it creates a general label. It implies that there's some way to be anti-Zionist in one's approach to all of politics, which, given that it is a negation, does not provide concrete steps forwards.
This implies that there is some political force in the world, Zionism, which is such a great and compact power that just to be anti says enough to outline a whole political program. All the Zionists, from the young idealists, getting herself or himself arrested for street protests against Israel's recent killings on the Gaza border, to the foulest Israel chauvinist, to the Jew who does no more than refuse to commit to hating Israel, are bundled together as components of the great and compact power.
Simply declaring one's political engagement as against Zionism in terms of how one engages with Israel prevents one from creating concrete steps forwards. For example, what made the protest by college students that I spoke about earlier on in this video so powerful is their direct, clear calls for specific actions and demands. Most notably, their demand their colleges divest from Israel.
The university's negotiations evidenced an elementary understanding of the words boycott and divest, which have been at the heart of the student movement and at the heart of our encampment.
These protests are directly aiming at a tangible goal that they can achieve within the structures that they would exist within, their colleges. It's not an untargeted anti-Zionism, but a push for something, to change something, and to improve their material reality around them. To be broadly anti-Zionism as the end to all engagement with discussions of Israel has limits in its effects, many of them potentially leading to anti-Semitism, even with the knowledge that Zionism and Judaism are not the same. And again, It is difficult to ascertain the extent of this issue, so the goal here in this section will not be to vilify or ascribe blame or call out specific groups of individuals, but to describe how anti-Semitism can form within a sole anti-Zionist sentiment. If we understand Zionism both as a political ideology as well as an emotional state that is underpinned by ideological roots, so too can we describe anti-Zionism in the same way. Opposition to Israel and Zionism in the face of the ethnic cleansing, genocide, and violent century-long oppression of Palestinians is deeply understandable, justifiable, and especially in today in the face of Israel's actions since October 7th, increasingly urgent and crucial. The need to be emotionally engaged, loud, vocal, constant, and forceful is omnipresent. And anger against something can be a vital motivational tool to calcify urgent action. But it can also lead to that us versus them mentality, and a strong desire to combat against rather than finding nuance within, something that I'm going to describe as polarized anti-Zionism. As discussed, Zionism creates an emotional state that attempts to force all Jewish people to have a substantial emotional investment in it, regardless of whether they are for or against it. But Jewish political opinion, both on Zionism and outside of it, is intensely diverse, just as diverse as Jewish people are as a cultural group. As a result, polarized anti-Zionism can lead Jewish people who wish to enter leftist spaces to feel as if they cannot express their nuanced, complex feelings on Zionism itself. Daniel Randall, building off the work of anti-racist Marxist historian Stephen Cohen, argued that this form of polarized anti-Zionism presents two binary options to many Jewish people who seek to engage in leftist ideologies. As polarized Zionism
could not cope with the complexities and contradictions posed by historically accumulated Jewish culture and experience, it advocates a kind of blank assimilationism in hope of making the problem go away. Alternatively, the left tells Jews, don't assimilate, express your Jewishness in an authentically sanctioned, purely religious form. Thus, this particular variant of anti-Semitism is able to keep Jews where it can see them, in the immediately visibly identifiable status of the marginalized outsider, without muddying the waters with complicated ethnic identities that might not be expressed through clothing or religious belief, but through attitudes to collective history.
In other words, Jews who join leftist movements can sometimes feel that they aren't able to express the complex feelings that Zionism has induced within Jewish people, how they may have some level of attachment to the emotions that Zionism has pulled upon and work to tie intrinsically to a Jewish identity, even if Jewish people understand the oppressive nature of Zionism towards Palestinians and Jewish people, it should be said, who don't fit a racialized Zionist conceptualization as an ideological framework for the Israeli state. As a result, polarized anti-Zionism can work to tokenize Jewish people within leftist organizations. As I already said, when leftist organizations or actions are vilified as anti-Semitic, a common refutation tactic is to point at Jewish people and groups working inside and in solidarity with these groups or actions. And it is true, it is necessary to give stage and solidarity to Jewish comrades and not let anti-Semitic smear campaigns erase them.
I'm a Jewish student at Columbia. When we talk about anti-Semitism on campus, that's taking the spotlight away from Gaza, away from Palestine, and the Palestinian students on campus, and putting it back onto me. I am perfectly safe here, and this has all been a distraction because they don't want us talking about the non-stop massacre of Gaza, of Palestinian civilians being taken out by the IDF. I grew up being taught that Israel was an important part of my Jewish identity, and part of being a Jew was supporting Israel. I was raised Zionist, and then I met a Palestinian for the first time and heard their perspective, and was able to realize that I was on the wrong side of this, that I'd been taught the wrong side of this.
However, this can be a dangerous line to walk, given how easy it is to tokenize Jewish people as tools to protect against accusations. It's not enough just to have Jewish people within leftist organizations, but we need to allow their uniqueness and diverse voices help to guide our direction alongside each of us. We also need to make sure that we are not demanding Jewish solidarity while neglecting solidarity with Jewish people. Again, anarchistic principles like those enacted in the Occupy Wall Street movement or those seen in the 2024 college protests are helpful here, allowing us not to permit majority rule to override voices, but to create mutual non-hierarchical cooperation and unity. This problem, by the way, is not exclusive to Zionism or Jewish people. It often happens within leftist spaces that don't build themselves on a foundation of understanding the complex hierarchies and racializations we are forced to work within, even as we work to break them down. It's why you'll often see demands of leftist unity in the face of criticism from marginalized people, such as, for example, if black activists ask white leftists not to use tools meant for bringing attention to violence towards black people, such as when black people asked many leftists to not use #SayHerName for the death of a white trans transgender woman like Brianna Jai, as that hashtag was intentionally meant to bring attention to black women, trans and cis, who had been murdered by police violence and yet overlooked by mainstream media. This isn't to say that we shouldn't be talking about Brianna. We definitely should, and her death was horrific, and we need to fight back against the bigotries and the systems and institutions that stoked those bigotries that led to her horrific and honestly disgusting death. But this problem occurs in any leftist spaces that do not adequately understand that white supremacy is the underlying tenet in the systems of all hierarchical power within neoliberalism and colonialism that we live within today. The same can be said about how we discuss Jewish people within leftist movements. Jewish people may ask for ways to stand in solidarity with them and then demanded that they need to shut up or not talk about those things in order to be in solidarity with the greater hegemony of the leftist movement. As a result, polarized anti-Zionism can create a need to look for the good or the bad Jew by using alignment with Zionism as a measuring stick. Much pro-Israeli propaganda works to label Jewish people who work with leftist groups to fight Israeli policy and actions as bad Jews, self-hating Jews, or not real Jews, thus conflating Zionism and Judaism. However, polarized anti-Zionism can work to do the same in an opposite sense. And I'm going to use an incredibly nerdy example because, of course, it's who I am. Soon after the events of October 7th, I saw many leftist gamers in my sphere look at The Last of Us, both the video game series and the TV show. And the reason was that The Last of Us is primarily perceived to be the altruistic work of Neil Druckmann, a Jewish man born in Israel who moved to the United States and eventually worked at and became a leading creative voice and spokesperson for The Last of Us developer Naughty Dog. Much of the criticism surrounding The Last of Us, as violence against Gaza by Israel continued to mount, was that the game and the show, particularly the sequel game, was Zionist propaganda tied up in an allegorical zombie dystopian setting. And certainly, there are definitely parallels to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as well as Israeli propaganda that can be found within the games and show, such as how there is a religious fundamentalist group in The Last of Us Part 2 shown to be deeply anti-trans, paralleling how Israeli propaganda paints Palestinians as all fundamentally religious and violently anti-queer, and thus not deserving of the queer community's solidarity.
And there's nothing more hypocritical in this entire world than seeing the LGBTQ community coming out in support of Hamas, basically. I mean, you would think that this was a joke written by Saturday Night Live, but this is a real thing. And if they were to go to Palestine, they would literally be thrown off a roof. I mean, that's not hyperbole, that literally happens.
Which is a type of propaganda that I spoke about in other videos, and it's its own whole thing about how Israel does rainbow propaganda. But this religious anti-trans group within the game is also seen using secret above-ground passages to escape confinement by a more significant military force, similar to how Palestinians use tunnels to get out of Gaza, linking these two groups even more overtly. One could also argue that the theme of something like The Last of Us 2 argues for a simplistic idea of a cycle of violence between equal participants that can only be broken when one side chooses to stop the cycle, which is a theme that mirrors how Israel justified continued violence against Palestinians without acknowledging Israel's more extensive, constant oppressive power that has been normalized as just part of the system. You'll constantly hear Israel saying that Hamas started this war, we're just the ones trying to finish it, when that really ignores just all of the history. While these ties to the Last of Us game are intriguing, often you would see many leftists arguing that Neil Druckmann intentionally wrote the games to argue for Israeli policy, or was somehow defending Israel's actions. In not so many words, they were targeting him as an Israeli Jew for not being sufficiently anti-Zionist. But it ignores the fact that while there were some intentional parallels, such as the killing of a West Bank Palestinian child being an inspiration for The Last of Us Part 2, these overall themes and parallels are more than likely not Druckmann's overt intentions to defend Israeli policies or extol Israeli propaganda, but more likely the result of a man who has internalized many of these messages growing up in Israel, something that he has expressed publicly having complex and unsure feelings about. It ignores that The Last of Us could also be argued to contain criticism of Israel, such as portraying the game's overt, militarized, dehumanized villains in ways codedly similar to the IDF. It also ignores that Druckmann donated $25,000 to both Palestinian and Israeli emergency response teams after October 7th, which many took him to be mistakenly equivocating both Hamas and IDF as two equal sides, but which also may just be a man wanting to help and see the humanity of Palestinians, but also remaining true to his connection as an Israeli who grew up in that country. It also ignores that The Last of Us was the product of hundreds of developers, not just Druckmann.
The question, were any women involved in the making of this? And it's like, yeah, the co-writer, the lead character designer, the lead character artist, all the actresses that worked on that scene.
Instead, pointing simply at Druckmann as the single Jewish man with overall power influencing the AAA gaming's agenda. again leaning on anti-Semitic tropes. And I want to say usually unconscious, but still there, desire to label Druckmann as a bad Jew works to individualize the problem and push out Jewish people by seeing activism against Israel as simply on a binary axis. Besides, there are plenty of much more clear-cut reasons to dislike Neil Druckmann, such as his championing of the use of AI while Sony has let go Naughty Dog workers and the developer itself crunching the ones who are left.
There were times when I was writing like 40 pages of in-game dialogue a night. Neil kept saying, stop, you have to like give it to somebody else. We will hire somebody, we will make this work. And I was like, I think it'll just be, I was just bullishly like, we're gonna handle it, I'm tough. I would like somebody to teach me how to have work-life balance.
There are some times where I wish I had somebody in production or a big brother that could be like, no, go home. This is great. This is already great. You don't need to do the next thing.
But this focus on Neil Druckmann is not exclusive to him, and to be honest and fair, I myself have skirted into doing this exact thing, such as in my video that I did on Star Trek Deep Space Nine writer Ira Steven Behr, where I pointed at the narratives within Deep Space Nine that aligned with anti-Israeli sentiments, and I wondered and speculated how Behr could have ignored the lessons of his own work. So to see Ira Steven Behr, the man who ran that show, sign this letter is somewhat mystifying to me. While I do hope I remain pointed on criticism of Behr's support of Israel in a way that humanized rather than dehumanized him, to look at his or any Jewish person's artistic work to find elements of sufficient anti-Zionist or Zionist sentiments ultimately does work to limit the complexities that artists are trying to work through with their art, and also works to limit their personhood. While it's worth critiquing the art and its messages, and certainly there are many things worth critiquing The Last of Us and Star Trek Deep Space Nine for, it's dangerous to conflate the art with the complex personhood of the human being who worked on that art. Moving beyond art though, there are also calls that Jewish people should have learned from the Holocaust, and those that didn't are somehow bad Jews. As if the Holocaust was some form of moral instruction in which lessons should have been learned, and not learning said lesson makes someone a bad Jew. The argument that a group of people who experience something as traumatic as genocide should make them better people, instead of simply just traumatized, and then to wield that expectation as a criticism, is victim blaming and frankly ghoulish. The mentality of demanding sufficient alignment to a polarized anti-Zionism can lead to limiting the effectiveness of pushing against Zionism itself. You can see this when Jewish people are urged to divest all ties from Israel, despite many having familial or other ties to Israel that are not so easily divested from. This can lead leftist groups to see any Jewish organization with any tie to Israel, which many Jewish groups will have, as being Zionist and upholding Israel's oppression. For example, a Boston Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions, or BDS movement branch made a map of Zionist groups, but said map included Hebrew day schools and synagogues. Thankfully, this map was disavowed by the main BDS organization, but the fact that it happened at all underscores the common lack of nuanced understanding of the complex interplays between Israel and Jewish organizations worldwide beyond a staunch political Zionist stance. Being anti-Zionist also limits our ability to perceive ways of engaging with how to fight back against Israel beyond simply negating Israel's actions. We can see this, for example, when people hyper-focus on demanding boycotts of Israel or any financial or political institution that engages with them. For example, we can talk about how many people focused on boycotting this year's Eurovision contest because of Israel's participation. And it is true, it's worthwhile to draw attention to the hypocrisy of the Eurovision's apolitical policy towards Israel, given their removal of Russia in the light of its invasion of the Ukraine. Clearly, Eurovision's apolitical policy was some form of political, and showcases how we view certain things on an apolitical political spectrum, and who gets to determine how something is apolitical is themselves upholding a system of power. However, there are some people whose only level of engagement in dealing with Israel was by actively boycotting Eurovision. In truth though, boycotting Eurovision cannot be the full extent of one's activism. A polarized anti-Zionism also contributes to how Israel is treated compared to other countries, how it often can become the center of attention when discussing colonialism. However, why does the mainstream discourse within leftist movements only center upon Israel rather than other colonial and genocidal efforts, like the Uyghurs in China, or the Darfuri people in Sudan, or the Tamils in Sri Lanka? To be fair, there is a deep urgency considering what is happening right now in the increasing violence of Israel, as well as the United States' complicity that drives attention towards Israel. Still, this hyper-focus on Israel can also work at that complex axis of viewing Jews as conditionally within the framework of whiteness, and thus part of the oppressing class that China or Sri Lanka does not fall within. It's much easier to think of white people, which we sometimes equate Jewish people as the oppressors, than we tend to think of Chinese folks or Sri Lankans as oppressors towards people within their states. This is not to say that Israel does not deserve the scrutiny, it very much does, but more to ask why that scrutiny is not leveled at the same lengths at other genocidal or oppressive projects. The focusing on Israel when other countries taking similar actions but not facing the same consequences from the world stage is part of what convinces some Jewish people that what's happening is the result of anti-Semitism. Further still, polarized anti-Zionism not only leads to binary categorizations of Jewish people and organizations, it also leads to polarized alignment within anti-Zionist groups themselves. I spoke earlier, for example, about how Israel uses condemnation of Hamas to elicit engagement on Israel's terms. However, to emphatically endorse Hamas does the same thing as well. I've seen some leftists who don't give a second thought to cheering on violence carried out against Jewish civilians on October 7th, or give unconditional support to Hamas, arguing that Hamas, by simple nature of it fighting against Israel, is inherently helpful to all Palestinians hoping to end their oppression. But in truth, the death of 3,000 Israeli civilians at a music festival on October 7th is a tragedy, even if Hamas doesn't have the same institutional power as Israel. Even if you agree that violence against a colonizing force is justified and a form of self-defense, which by the way, I very much do as well, it is not something to celebrate, especially when carried out by a religious fundamentalist group propped up by Israel itself. Yet there have been some leftists who have certainly celebrated the events of October 7th. That too works to make Jewish people feel unsafe within leftist movements. Many Jewish people who are understandably terrified of the fundamentalist, violent rhetoric of Hamas are made to feel unsafe within leftist spaces when this happens because of the lack of nuanced engagement with what Hamas is. Further, an emphatic and uncritical endorsement of Hamas works to insult Palestinians overall as well, conflating Hamas's actions as something that all Palestinians want or desire. While some Palestinians do obviously support Hamas, many other Palestinians, much like how Israelis express frustration at the Israeli government, or for that matter, Americans express anger at Biden and Trump administrations in America, express deep frustration with both Hamas as well as the leadership of the Palestinian National Authority in the West Bank. If there's anything that you get from this video, it's that governments do not necessarily represent the will of their citizens. Prominent Palestinian scholars and writers like Rashid Khalidi or Dr. Mahdi Abdul Hadi both argue in their writing that Hamas has only worked to exacerbate the situation in Gaza.
Unlike Fatah and other movements which developed their doctrine through the national struggle with Israel, Hamas, as the operational movement of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, politicized its faith as reflected in its flag, political language, social discourse, and ideological principles, which in recent years have proved very resonant in society. In following its philosophy of faithful politics, Hamas has not only gained popularity, but support as well, pushing leftist, nationalist, and pan-Arabist forces aside. Both Hamas and the PNA are jeopardizing Palestine's future by focusing on their own interests and supremacy at the expense of their loyalty to the cause.
There have been many Palestinian groups, leaders, and people who have expressed nuanced understandings of the complex interplay of Israel with the larger global colonial hegemonic power structures.
At the present moment, we should only be concerned with the American people. And we are against any relations, official relations, with the United States of America. Because we know that what we are facing here is actually American imperialism and not only Israel. All the raids we are facing in the Lebanon and before that in Palestine, we know that Israel is actually able to practice such bad deeds because of American backing of Israel. We want this to be very, very, very clear. And we in the PFLP, we always stress that our real enemy is not Israel only and Zionism. It is American imperialism who is backing Israel because Israel is playing a bodyguard for American imperialistic interests in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf region. That is why we don't want at the present moment, and we refuse any relations with the American government.
And here again, I want to speak directly to the members of my audience who are white and from Western society. We should not be in the business of approval or condemnation, either of Palestinians or Jewish people as individuals, or the groups that they may find themselves within. For to do so is working on the terms of colonialism, within the binary moral framework established by its rules. To do so works to fall into the colonial propaganda of conflating Zionism and Judaism, as well as set Palestinian self-determination at direct odds with Jewish self-determination, instead of it being what the truth is, how Palestinians and all of us generally need to fight Israel as well as larger colonial forces. As Derek J. Penslar describes,
anti-Zionism can stem from deep-seated, unquenchable hatred, but can also stem from a more transitory emotion, such as anger. Anger is an expression of unmet needs and is directed at the source blocking the satisfaction of those needs. Hatred, in contrast, attributes not only wrongdoing, but also ascribes malevolence to the hated party. It feeds desires to be rid of them altogether. Anger at the oppression of the Palestinians and the denial of their rights of self-determination, security, and dignity can indeed be bound up with a hatred of Israel that assumes destructive and violent dimensions. Anger towards Israel can, however, also be free of expression or promotion of hatred, even if that anger is passionate and disturbing to people who sympathize with Israel.
anger is helpful as a motivator. It's motivated me many times, but it is a very limited and short-lived fuel, and can exhaust us, and it can also push people away. Hatred is dangerous and can lead to anti-Semitism, and it leads to limiting the scope of our understanding of the scale and extent of the problem that we're facing. Instead, we need to look at what we can offer that is hopeful and earnestly progressing towards a new horizon, a new way of viewing the world beyond these limiting systems that try to generate endless loops of violence justified on the belief that the only way to exist as human beings is within an oppressor and oppressed dynamic. So you might as well be the oppressor. Working only on a binary axis of anti-Zionism versus Zionism produces an inability to engage with how ideologies function, how they work themselves into how people see and view the world. Being anti-Zionist purely and only does not create a new way for us to perform some new version of the world. It is acting only within the terms set by Zionism itself. It pushes out also many Jewish people who would otherwise wish to engage with what leftist movements would say if we had more to offer than simple anti-Zionism. In much the same way that we work to build consciousness of how capitalism, or biological essential racialized distinctions, or nation states, or imperialism are not natural parts of the world, but are things that are built and therefore can be dismantled, so too must we engage with Zionism. This is not me saying that we should not oppose existing political constructions within minority identities by saying, oh, we can't speak about intra-minority group conversations, but to ask us to understand the sensitivities and mindsets of those with whom these political identities exist within. This video does not argue for a lack of engagement in combating Zionism, but for engaging with understanding what Zionism is so we can better combat against it and offer up something new. What I am arguing for, emphatically, is the need to understand the distinction between political and emotional Zionism, the nuances of imperialism and capitalism, and each of their relationships to systems of global hegemonic power. I want you to understand how each of these things makes themselves real by human beings' belief in and enactment of them, because they fulfill a need that people are feeling at the time, and how to change these systems is to make people believe that they can enact something new that will feed their needs, to enact something new outside the bounds of Zionism, capitalism, colonialism, or imperialism, that there are other ideas and systems beyond the bounds of these ideologies that can better enable who we are as people. This is the real goal of genuine leftist movements, to present alternatives for the way the world can work, whether it be through socialism, Marxism, anarchism, or whichever of the numerous specific ideologies ubiquitously branded and subsumed in the overly simplistic label of leftists that you find yourself called to. Simply being against something does not allow for our ability to create something new. It just creates reactionary, binary, antagonistic fights that only serve the larger power systems that set the terms of our engagements within them. This stopped being about Zionism, didn't it? Throughout our current societal discourse, but especially online and even here on YouTube in spaces that I have found myself in, discussions often frame themselves in binaries and engage negative emotions like anger and directed at individualized targets. This environment is not at all well suited to making arguments aimed at systemic structures or engaging with emotions or concepts that are constructive rather than destructive. I worry, for example, that many leftists will see this video as a capitulation of sorts to Zionism, that I'm calling all leftists or leftist views inherently anti-Semitic, or that anti-Semitism is a large-scale inherent problem deep in the core of leftist ideology, that I'm buying into the nonsense horseshoe theory of mainstream media that the far left and far right are just two racist sides of a coin trying to destabilize the status quo. There are criticisms to make of this video that I know already will come, and many more that I'm sure people will find after its release. For one, as I've acknowledged, when I discuss leftist anti-Semitism, I'm pressing numerous different ideologies painted as leftist into a single bucket. Similarly, I know that many things I have argued for are not ubiquitous problems across all leftist groups and movements, but come in varying degrees and forms across all of these ideologies. But what I hope I have offered is the beginnings of the framework to engage on this discussion. The beginnings to understand that we cannot engage in fighting something like Israel's genocidal violence against Palestinians. And let me be clear, Israel is doing genocidal violence against Palestinians without understanding the entire framework of global hegemonic power that props it up, enables it, and that many of us live within while still having to work against it. I also hope that I have offered the understanding that not everyone has the same time for or capability to access this education that I presented in this video, but that despite that, there are people dying right now who we need to fight for, and as a result, there are people who will do that imperfectly. I'm very privileged to have been able to do the reading and writing and make this video to educate others. Hell, even doing all this work doesn't mean that I can't or won't or even didn't fuck up within this video. What I am trying to argue for is not a condemnation of leftists or leftist movements. What I am arguing for is a complex understanding of what leftists are trying to do. If we aspire to genuine egalitarianism and anti-racism and to create new systems outside of our current hierarchical status quo, then we have to have a responsibility to engage with the sensitivities, anxieties, and historical oppressions of the marginalized and oppressed communities that we purport to stand for or stand with. Not doing so means we are pushing away those who we are supposed to be fighting alongside and for. Not doing so means we fail to understand that we are not fighting for a world based on the identitarian politics of separate groups or some homogenized sense of unity that were established for us by these colonial powers, but working towards a world on the horizon that finds a place for everyone. One that cuts across the borders of identity, be they national or personal, that systems of oppression have developed over centuries, and instead foster the diversity of human experience. But to do that requires that we don't enter into this project with a purely utopian scope or understanding of both that world and our world today. To think that there is a perfect leftist, a perfect activist. The goal here was not to find and root out specific anti-Semitic people in leftist spaces, but to create the framework to understand how we generate anti-Semitism as well as other bigotries, even within our work to fight them, by our failures to understand them fully. None of us are perfect, our movements are not perfect, our work is not perfect, and our ultimate goals that we will create will not be perfect as well. Nor will the systems we fight be perfect, which is important to understand. But this is the trap of all organizing in systems of power. Those in power demand utopian civility and perfection from those that oppress us, and by us living within those systems, our movements, however well-intentioned they may be, can fall victim to that same mindset as well. Let me put my boot on your neck, but make sure not to fight back in a way that is too violent, too angry, too uncivil, too naively hopeful. All conditions those who act as the face of the system, group, or movement get to define the terms of. And this is also, by the way, conversely, not me letting anyone else off the hook for criticism or responsibility for our actions, but not crush ourselves in that holding of responsibility. To help to foster greater understanding even in those who fuck up. The desire to cancel someone or throw anyone out for some mistake is ultimately a colonizer belief, but we also need to make sure we are holding ourselves responsible, lest we not change at all. I hope I've been very pointed in my beliefs throughout this video. Why I believe them, and what I'm fighting for. That I do believe that there is a genocide happening against the Palestinian people that is very, very urgent to fight against. But I also hope I have humanized my sense of trying to understand, learn, and grow, while also knowing that I am an imperfect person, imperfectly fighting a system that is working to oppress all of us, and someone who feels the need to do what I can to speak up when that system is violently speeding up its assault on a specific group of people like Palestinians, and also forcing us sometimes to ignore the other folks along the way. This video came about after numerous Jewish and Arab friends contacted me in various ways. I have engaged with this topic because I have not been perfect and made mistakes before this. The hope with this video is not to dilute my stances or beliefs, but to better articulate them for myself and others, in hopes that the gaps where anti-Semitism or Islamophobia can be found both explicitly in my lack of education or implicitly where I fail to understand or articulate something fully are made smaller and fought back against within my work better, and hopefully make it easier for other people to do the same. I also know that many have felt that no one in the YouTube sphere that I exist within, like the bread tubey kind of sphere, if that still is a thing, has made a video like this, due to the many pitfalls it might fall into, and which I hope I have worked to avoid, though I still may have hit some. It may also be the fact that a video like this hasn't been made because it would take time when the need to confront the Palestinian genocide is more directly dire. But I made this video in hopes of people feeling seen and understood, and in hopes that we don't lose our goals along the way. We'll know that I'm making this video to help learn from, both for myself and for others. However, that is all stuff that you will tell me if I succeeded in. And regardless, I know I will have not done so for everyone. There are going to be people who will have very understandable, angry reactions to this for all the reasons I've discussed. Additionally, I'm sure people will also think that I didn't go far enough in describing the horrors past and present that Palestinians have faced. And I would recommend these videos for more on that, because that is very necessary to discuss. In the end, though, what is important to say is this. Fighting for an egalitarian world means not fighting just against oppression, but also to work to make a new world possible. It's why, again, that I, as an anarchist, would direct you towards the beautiful work of androism, or, if you're a nerd like me, the anarchistic work of one Ursula K. Le Guin, as great next steps in creating a vision for yourself for what you're fighting for. But to fight for something means we have to fight alongside those whom we wish to make that world for. And if we are genuinely committed to a world built on a future for all that celebrates diversity and creates a system for all to flourish within beyond domination, we need to understand our present, the bigotries and the histories that inform the systems and structures that are within that present, and to understand the fears and pains of those who exist within it that are informed by that past. Because to not do so means we will lose sight of our future. We need to understand the fears and pains and hopes of Jewish people, Palestinian people, and other marginalized groups that have been bent to benefit our oppressive status quo. And try to understand that these wounds and scars that they carry, that people like me as a trans person carry, are always going to be with us, but we can move forward as long as we acknowledge them and build greater, stronger connections to each other. Hey y'all, I'm not going to be doing my typical like and subscribe outro here just because it feels weird to do given the topic of this video. And for the same reason, I also didn't take an ad sponsorship on this one, which is going to be somewhat rough given how much time and effort I put into this video. So I'm just going to end this by saying that if you appreciate my video essays and all the work that I do on videos like this, please consider supporting me over on Patreon, as that's the way I'm able to pay my bills and feed myself, as well as my fiance and my adorable cats. I'm also trying to create a better work-life balance for myself over the past few months, and I couldn't really do that or this job at all without my patrons, so just thank you to all of you. It's been a bit rough financially lately, mainly because I put a lot of my own money into my film Identities, which just came out, by the way, as well as some bills that I've had, and making sure that I'm paying my collaborators on my film and on videos fairly. So any help that you can give me over on Patreon is really greatly appreciated. But regardless of that, thank you so much for listening to this. I know it's a difficult video for many of us for numerous reasons, and I promise my next few videos are going to be on much more fun topics, and I'm really excited about them. But just thank you for watching this one, and until next time, live long and prosper. Everything I am and everything I hold dear is thanks to the most important people in my life, and I would like to thank them now. My fiancé, my 3 cats, Kingsley, Jetta, and Newt, and my beautiful, amazing patrons, who I shall now serenade in song made by their names. Joe Herman Holt, Carrie Ellen Foss, Nick Anderson, Jesse Gardkin-Gang, Arcton Acklasair, Barbie Ann Rounds, Sarah Montgomery, Jack McCallan, Stephen Kleinard, Hannah Friedrich, Christian Hertz, Randy Thompson, Miranda Keta, Quite Bearish, Samuel Howard, Jazz Miss, Rose Conley, Dark Archon, El Tantivi, Auntie Kate 808, Atheistic Snail, Amada Kaiba, Michael Wolnitz, Alex Miller, Spooky Heather Sylvia, Vincent Ellington, Joseph Dewey, Sammy Joe Retro, Angelo Hendricks, Super Desi, Matt Chung, Bear, James Krivda, Shep Alderson, Meadow Whisperer, Jemson, Joelle Gilly, Todd Verling, Luna, Tara Rose, Iron, Chris Showers, Lily Gray, Dominic Noble, Lily Blaney, Zane Schuschler, Sonia Roper Doe, Nathan Fraughton, Farengato, Quattro, Carry On, Ryan Hunter, Sergeant Bradshaw, Sean Sullivan, Gudmundur Stephenson. I apologize if I got that wrong. I try my best on that one. W. Randy Edie, Kevin Freitag, Epsilon is greater than, Flying Kada, Troy Stull, Blue, Valerie Blackbird, Brits Krieg, Verdux Kai, Teague Wilson, Scott Russell, Patricia Crompton, Kalis, Jess Johnson, Teresa Bailey, Craig and David, Jason Knott, Sarah Lamoureux, John Weatherby, Stephen Richardson, Joanne the Wrench Witch, Kurt Mullen, Casual Observer, Shield, Maiden, 4444, Matthew Craiglow, Prince of Void, Rosalind Bennett, Beatrix Purvis, Melly Deanne Winters Good, Sasha M, Grumpy Dragon 75, Penal Sparing Vaginoplasty, Melinda Walters, Sean Piper, David Dema, Hope Justin Tuliana, Juliana Regal, Sarah Leslie Hutchkins, Tyler Howard, Sarah Bystam, Mark H. Williams, author, White Lion, Jordy Lucero, Celestial Dawn, Tori Perez, Moonleaf T, Carolyn Clark, Lauro Demereau, Crit Fax, Nay Fan, Damon Rice, Ingmarie, Lev Goodwin, Chloe Fixed, Michael Weber, Callum McLeod of Clan McCown, Hal, I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave, Henry Pierce, Tom Chi 311, Julia Werner. Thank you all to all of you. Seriously, I could not do this without any of you. You help me live and pay my bills and get to do this for a living. I adore you all. Mwah.